We had reached section 11, to which there is a counter motion in the name of the Reverend Dr. Jared Hay. I would therefore ask Dr. Hay to move his counter motion.
Thank you, Moderator. Deja vu all over again. Jared Hay, number 10, and this counter motion is seconded by Ross Blackman, 316. Heart and Soul is a Church of Scotland success story. Since it was established some years ago, it has become a beloved way in which congregations have been able to tell their stories and learn from others, celebrating life together in the kingdom of God. However, this counter motion does not seek to overturn the Faith Nurture Forum's proposal that Heart and Soul should pass into history, both for reasons of cost and the fact that new ways of telling stories should be developed in its place. We're living through a period of financial constraint when there can be no sacred cows. And we're living in a time of rapid change when ways of communicating and engaging with one another are developing and we need to adapt. But we should ask if it is good to have a period without a storytelling forum. So what is this motion trying to do? First, it accepts the Faith Nurtures Forum decision that Heart and Soul should cease and takes up the invitation to celebrate its role in the life of the Church over the years. The second, given the pressure of the present workload of the Faith Nurture Forum and the likelihood that the construction of what will replace Heart and Soul will take some time. If you look at the forum's deliverance and the report section 18, it mentions a future General Assembly, which usually means not next year's General Assembly. The motion offers an opportunity to continue on an interim basis the good work that Heart and Soul has done at no cost to central funds. Through the offer of the hospitality of St Cuthbert's and other congregations, it will provide a place for such sharing of stories to happen. St Cuthbert's has a sanctuary with new flexible space and an arrangement with the council for the use of the west end of Princes Street Gardens incorporating the kirkyard. The event would be organised and staffed by volunteers, and since this idea has been floated, new offers of help had been made to Peter Sutton, the Minister of St Cuthbert's, in particular from outreach charities that work alongside the church. In other words, there is some enthusiasm out there for this to happen. It could even be that in what would need to be a modified but equally mission-focused version of Heart and Soul, a thematic approach could be taken. For example, affirming the place within the church of those who are feeling undervalued and at the margins. The discussions that are being asked for would not be endless meetings taking up staff time, but drawing on collective experience and keeping the event in tune with the forum's work. Much could be done by email. There are local people with years of logistical experience in delivering large events, and it is hoped that some who were previously involved with Heart and Soul and not on the staff of 121 might volunteer their experience to assist. The time-limited nature of this counter-motion should be noted. It refers to 2022 and 2023. But the language of the counter-motion is flexible enough that if it is obvious by the 2022 Assembly that the successor to Heart and Soul is likely to be up and running before the Assembly of 2023, then this second event would not need to take place in order to fulfil what is being asked for here. Moderator, I know the convener is not accepting this counter-motion and the Assembly will make its decision. Whatever it does decide, I would like to thank Peter Sutton and the people of St Cuthbert's, together with others who have come forward, for their generous offer. I hope we will avail ourselves of it. St Cuthbert's has been a vital venue helping to deliver Heart and Soul over the years and has the privilege of hosting the event in its parish, including a welcome ecumenical dimension, as in 2019. I also want to thank the Faith Nurture Forum for the work that they're doing on behalf of all of us in these most challenging of times, and to assure those who lead it that this counter motion is not being brought to undermine or deflect their work, but in some small way to assist it. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. As a seconded has come up, can I ask for any questions? Can I also just indicate, just so we know where we are, that if anyone wishes to speak on this counter motion, or indeed any of the new sections which are proposed, or indeed on section 11, please do so, because it's not clear that anyone that was done yesterday has actually carried forward to today. So if people do wish to speak, please register that. I also have a note of someone who wishes to speak who's having difficulty getting through, but I have a note of that. And just to remind you that sections 12, 13 and 14 have already been fast-tracked. So we are here today dealing with, firstly, the counter motion. Are there any questions on the counter motion? I'll therefore ask to speak Stuart Crawford, 244.
Good afternoon, Moderator. Crawford, 244. I'm not speaking against this counter motion, and far be it from me to have any antagonism between the West and the East. We all know which coast is better, but I struggle with the wording of this, that it seems to only be the parish of St Cuthbert that are in this engagement. Could it not be changed to any interested parties to maybe open it up, not only to the West Coast, but maybe to our brothers and sisters in the north of the country and also the south? I just find the wording of this counter motion very narrow, and I think other geographical areas should maybe be given the option to get involved in an event, especially if it is going to be online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Perhaps if you want to say get a geographical balance, can I call Peter Johnston, please?
Thank you, Moderator. Johnston 507. Moderator, I speak in favour of the counter motion here. I think it's good for local churches to be involved in getting active and participating in something that they offer to the wider church, and would support and encourage that. And I would go a little bit further, and no matter what the result of our vote on this is, to encourage St Cuthbert's or indeed any other parish church that is wanting to do something. You don't always need permission from others to do it. Just get on and do it. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Peter. And now I invite the Reverend Ross Blackman.
Thank you, Moderator. 316 Blackman, and also the seconder of this particular motion. I'm delighted to be able to second this, and I just want to comment on a couple of things in response to Mr. Crawford's comments about having these kind of events in different parts of the country.
Can I just interrupt you a moment, Ross? There was your face, Ross, can I interrupt? Sorry, Ross, can I interrupt you? Your face is not appearing on the screen. I'm not sure if there's a background which you've disappeared into or not, but I don't know if there's anything you can do about it at your end. But we've got a building rather than you.
It's a very pretty building, though, I have to say.
Or maybe if you just even switch off the video and speak.
Yeah, happy to do that. That's helpful.
We've got a nice portrait of you now, so please, if you wish to start again, yeah.
Yeah, it's just to say that Hamilton Presbytery a few years ago was able to do a regional form of Heart and Soul, of Praise in the Park, and certainly I would endorse that idea around the country to make a celebration of what we're able to do. But I'm particularly pleased that St Cuthbert's and others are interested in being able to host something in the next couple of years, and also point up the ecumenical dimension to this. We had a reaffirmation of baptismal vows just a couple of years ago there, 3 years ago, which was appreciated by all who attended that, and also in the back of what we discussed on Monday and also this morning about the St Andrews and the St Columba Declaration. I think it'd be great if we'd involve and invite other denominations as well to be involved in this. But with those few comments, I would certainly commend this particular section of deliverance.
Thank you very much. I have no further requests to speak, so I invite the convener, please.
Thank you. Rosie Frew, number 99. As you've heard, we are resisting this. When we made the announcement about Heart and Soul, I noted a very mixed reaction to our decision. For some, Heart and Soul was well loved, and the thought of it not being there is a real loss. For others, it has been appreciated, but the time has come to do a new thing. And for yet others, the time, the location, the style have just not suited. Just listening to all the different contributions, you don't need to ask our permission to do something. If you want to do something, do it. What we don't want to do, we don't want to rush to replicate or replace. We're not looking for a temporary fix. We are looking to do a new thing and in a new way for a church that is now in a very different place. There have been suggestions about new presbyteries hosting events, making them regional rather than national, or it perhaps becomes online or something of a mix. That's not a discussion for here. There were plenty of ideas being suggested just by those who contributed. This is not the road we want to go down on the forum, but there is nothing to stop St Cuthbert's, Edinburgh Presbytery developing this idea and running with it.
Thank you very much. If I now explain, we will vote, and you will be invited to vote either for the original section of the deliverance or for Mr Hayes' counter-motion, and whichever prevails will then be an affirmative or otherwise vote on that. So can I now invite you to press your buttons and vote either for the original section... Oh, sorry?
Jared Hay with the right of reply.
Oh, sorry, Mr Hay, do you want a right of reply? All right. He's okay.
Thank you, Moderator. Hey, number 10. Yes, I do want to reply, if I may. First of all, in relation to the interested parties thing, more than St Cuthbert's was mentioned in the counter motion. And I know what the convener has said. No one is seeking to lock us into the past, but at the moment we are going to be without a storytelling forum. I think it would be good at the time of the General Assembly to maintain some kind of storytelling forum until the new thing is in place, and the new thing will certainly be supported. But I would certainly always say to Mr Sutton that if this doesn't get supported, he should note what the convener and others have said about the possibility of running something at the time of the General Assembly in St Cuthbert's on the zone. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for not calling you earlier. Those who have already cast votes, they stand, or you're free to change your vote at any time. So voting is open. Will you please express a vote either for the original section of the deliverance or for Mr Hayes' counter-motion? Voting is closed. They're voted for the original section 321, and they're voted for Mr Hayes' counter-motion 189. Therefore, the original section prevails. And I must now ask the Assembly to vote on section 11 for or against as it originally stands. And I'll just allow a moment for the you voting. Voting is open for or against section 11. Voting is closed. They voted for 450. They voted against 42. Therefore, Section 11 passes. As I indicated earlier, Sections 12, 13 and 14 have been fast-tracked, but we have a new section, I think, on my hub, between 13 and 14 to be moved by Ms. Anne Lyle. Anne, please move your new section.
Thank you, Moderator. I simply want to have Catherine Wallace recognised for the work she has done and put forward this deliverance as such. Thank you.
Second, I see it is seconded. Any questions? Convener.
Moderator, I'm more than happy to accept this. One of the first official things I did as the new convener of the Ministries Council was to attend the incredible diaconate conference organised in Edinburgh for deacons from all over Africa and Europe. And I was there on the opening night, and Catherine was integral in making that event happen. So, yeah, I would just echo the thanks that are being expressed. And, yeah, a very good job. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must now put that new section to the vote. Will you please press your buttons for and against? Voting closed. There are voted for 469 and against 4. Therefore, that new section is added. And I would wish to add my own thanks to Catherine Wallace for her service. We now have 2 further new sections which we'll take separately. Can I therefore invite Dr. Ian McLean to move his new section?
Moderator, Ian McLean, 493. For some time, I've been concerned about the risks associated with discrimination in Section 18 of the Parish Ministry Act, concerns that I've shared with the convener and with the convener of legal questions. I'm asking for the section to be reviewed. Both conveners have indicated a willingness to accept the new section, and I hope the Assembly will too. I'm hopeful that the risks can be mitigated by consideration of some other factors. But in the meantime, Moderator, I move the new section in my name and commend it to the Assembly.
Sorry,
do you want me to read it?
Sorry, I thought were you finished, Dr. McLean?
I'm just going to read it.
Yes, fine. Yes, fine, please do.
Instruct the Forum in consultation with the Legal Questions Committee to undertake a review of Section 18, Retirement of Ministers of Word and Sacrament of the Parish Ministry Act 2, 2018, and to report to the General Assembly of 2022.
Thank you much. I see that has been seconded. Are there any questions? Yeah. And convener, there's no request. Oh,
sorry, just to say we are happy to accept, and I know that Grant Barclay of Legal Questions is also happy to accept.
Yes. Thank you very much. We must now proceed to vote for or against this proposed new section. Please press your buttons for or against. Voting open. Voting closed. There have voted for 475 and they have voted against 3. So that new section is duly added. And we now come to a proposed new section by the Reverend Hugh Stewart. Hugh, please.
Hello, Pescarma Moderator. A deliverance was made to and accepted by the General Assembly of the 2014 for a detailed and costed plan for the delivery of Gaelic ministry and mission as a matter of urgency. In 2015, an excellent Gaelic conference organised by the Kirk called And Here It Came, the first step, took place. It discussed and displayed the rich diversity of Gaelic language, spirituality, culture and literature, with excellent contributions by representatives from other denominations, the Scottish Bible Society, and by Emeritus Professor Donald Meek. The work done by Duncan Snedden, Dr. Snedden, until recently the Kirk's Gaelic officer, in relation to Gaelic within the Church has been extensive, exhaustive and greatly appreciated. And personally, I'd like to thank Dr. Snedden for all he has done. The Church of Scotland is the national Kirk. It therefore has a responsibility and an honour to serve and represent the Scottish nation, of which Gaelic language is an element of foundational historical and cultural importance. A Scotland without Gaelic would be profoundly diminished. It would have lost something central to its being. Yet the basis for this motion is not exclusively founded on the close ties between the Gaelic language, the Gospel of Jesus Christ, the Gaelic Bible and the Church of Scotland over hundreds of years, but also the need, opportunity presented today for Gaelic ministry and mission throughout our nation. Since the late 1980s, there's been a remarkable explosion in the growth of Gaelic medium education across the whole of Scotland, and that from a standing start of zero. Today in Scotland, Gaelic medium education is available in 60 primary schools and their associated secondaries, including dedicated Gaelic medium schools and new Gaelic medium schools proposed to be opened. An increasing number of early learning and childcare centres, secondary schools and further education centres also provide learning through the medium of Gaelic. In 2018, there were 4,300 students in Scotland enrolled in Gaelic medium education, a 64% increase since 2010. Spectacular increase indeed, with 14 of Scotland's 32 council areas now offering Gaelic medium education. And holistic education requires that a child is provided for not just academically, but also spiritually, whether in mainstream or Gaelic medium education. As the National Church, we have a unique calling to help meet the spiritual needs of such children and young people receiving their education through the medium of Gaelic. As we have a calling from Jesus himself to minister to those who are in the evening of their days in the first language that they learned, that we might comfort them with the unsearchable riches of Christ in their language of understanding, and to all ages in between. The proposed plan, focusing particularly on children and young people, should be dynamic, innovative and radical, and also be a necessity of urgency. If we as the National Church of Scotland wish to provide for the spiritual well-being of all our fellow Gaelic brethren, young, old and middle-aged, native speaker and learner, living in community, in island, in rural, urban parts of Scotland, then I would encourage the Assembly to accept and to go with this motion, to instruct the Forum to bring to the General Assembly of 2022 a fully costed and prioritised 3-year Gaelic language plan 2022 to 25 that includes a particular emphasis on Gaelic ministry and mission to children, the Gaelic children of our nation, and to the Gaelic young people of our nation, in new ways, radical ways, that the radical gospel of Jesus Christ might transform their lives, enrich their communities, and bless our nation. Moderator, I present this motion for the consideration of the General Assembly of our Church of Scotland.
Thank you very much, Hugh, and I did see a seconded come up at one point, indeed again. Any questions on this? I thought at one stage I saw some, I do have some requests to speak. Can I call, please, the Reverend Rory MacLeod?
Fiscal ma a moderator, sio Rudy MacLeod, a sheer a ga a tree, an parish Stras Leitje, San Jelenski hanoch. Rory MacLeod, 623, from the parish of Strath and Slate in the Isle of Skye. in welcoming Hugh Stewart's motion, I'd like to emphasize in particular the missional dimension. Down the road is Solmorostig, the National Centre for the Gaelic Language and Culture, and the Gaelic campus of the University of the Highlands and Islands. And we're fortunate on regular occasions at our Gaelic services to host students from the college, and sometimes Gaelic is literally the lingua franca because these students might have come from all over the world and not speak English, but attracted by the opportunity of learning the Gaelic language and about the culture of Gaelic. And the Sunday School and the Youth Fellowship that gather in this particular church is 100% Gaelic speaking. And we've got ambitions to extend our local mission through initiatives such as Gaelic Messy Churches. In addition to that, I have a weekly hour-long telephone conversation in Gaelic with somebody in Argentina. So Gaelic is in the ascendant, and crucial to this has been the extraordinary service to which Hugh has already made mention of Duncan Snedden, who continues to run 2 weekly Gaelic Bible study opportunities for basic and intermediate students, and they remain open to other participants. And finally, I'd like to commend the website and Skill More, which Duncan has done, Dr. Duncan Snedden has done so much to refresh and enrich. Thank you, moderator, and I wholeheartedly commend this motion to the support of the General Assembly.
Thank you very much, Rory. And can I ask the Reverend Jeff Berry, please, to speak?
Moderator Berry, number 73. Strangely enough, as someone who does not speak any Gaelic whatsoever, I would like to support this. From perhaps a strange background, I think the opportunity for mission here is vital, and mission through language. A few years ago, before fully entering ministry, I worked as a locum in St Andrew's Church in Rome, and we had quite a few people who were coming along from the local police training college because they could speak or they could practice their English, as all our services were conducted in English in the centre of Rome. We had some great conversations. We had people who were primarily from a Roman Catholic background who were introduced to a different type of church, a different sort of denomination, and some of them came to a very vibrant faith. So I would like to support this very much from a missional sort of point of view, even though, to my shame, I speak no Gaelic whatsoever. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Jeff. And can I invite the Reverend David Slater, please? Oh, sorry, I just realised there's a point of order from John Chalmers. Dr. Chalmers.
Moderator Chalmers, 413. We talked yesterday with Mr. Goss about limboing under the bar of Standing Order 56. I don't think that this motion limbers under the bar of Standing Order 56 at all. It is not in the budget for this year or next to be able to undertake this piece of work. So at the very least, if this was to happen, the dates would have to be changed.
Well, I think I agree with my colleague, Dr. Chalmers. The proposals are certainly quite firm and instruct something to be brought forward next year, and we have already agreed the budget. So perhaps certainly in this forum. It's one thing to ask, I think, the forum to explore the provision of such a thing and come back with some ideas. It's another thing to instruct it. I'd taken this as a way, when I saw it this morning from Hugh, as a request to explore this and bring back proposals. But if the instruction from Hugh, having heard him speak, is to bring back an actual plan and ask the Assembly to approve it, then I think it does fall foul of 56.
Thank you for that clarification. I'll call David Slater, and then, always before the convener closes, I would have to invite Hugh to come back. You may wish to consider what the Principal Clerk has said. David?
Hello. Bhódar sklater ga shach care, Hami agionsachach Gaelic. Moderator Slater 274, I am learning Gaelic, and while that little phrase was probably mispronounced and not the sum total of what I've learned, I don't want to take up too much time. However, I would like to speak in support of this, recognising what Dr. Chalmers has said. However, I'm also aware that we live in a country that has passed a Gaelic Language Act that, while we might not be considered a public body, it has certainly required public bodies to come up with Gaelic language plans. And if we have to amend the wording so as to fulfill our own standing orders, then I'd be very happy to support in that way. But I really feel that we should be in line with the great increase in Gaelic learning and speaking. I've taken part in Dr. Duncan Snedden's Bible studies, and I'm looking forward to hearing, I think it's my colleague from the Isles, sharing in the worship tomorrow as well. So I would like to commend this to the Assembly, and rather than torpedo it by use of standing orders, let's see if we can refine it to ensure that we can hopefully agree it as a body. Thank you, Moderator Tappeley.
Thank you, David. And I'll now invite Hugh Stewart to respond and maybe indicate.
Moderator, if we're at all sure that uncertain, or we are sure that it crosses 56, I think we'd have to say to Hugh, having heard him speak about it in the terms he did, that if it crosses standing order 56, then it can't stand as it is. And there's therefore not much point in asking him to speak specifically to the text he's put before us, or indeed the convener to respond to it. I would have thought that he would have to move something like instruct the forum to explore the possibilities of developing a 3-year Gaelic language plan with a particular emphasis on Gaelic ministry and mission to children and young people, and to report to the General Assembly of 2022.
Thank you. Indeed, I was about to invite Mr. Stewart to see if he had having listened to what had been said about standing orders, if he did wish to amend, or otherwise, as it stands at the moment, it would fall.
I think, Moderator, would require a wee bit of clarification, please. What's been proposed was actually what was asked for in 2014. We're now 7 years down the line, and 7 years is a good number, it's a complete number, but we haven't completely provided what was asked for in 2014. With regard to finance, we are aware that the Alexander MacLeod Bequest Fund is and has been made available for the proclamation of Gaelic language gospel within the Church of Scotland. There is funding presently available and potentially accessible for what has been proposed. The Church of Scotland, as far as I know, has a Gaelic plan. Our draft plan is very well developed. It didn't appear at this year's Assembly, but it's very, the work that we're talking about here is very near complete. But what this enables us to do is to have a start of such a plan. We're happy enough to work with Principal Clerk on the understanding that it doesn't go on and on and on, because that's where we've been. We've been here since 2014 trying to get this done. And in 214, we said that Gaelic ministry and mission was in the ICU unit. It's now needing resurrection. The time has passed, and the gentleman that spoke before me, he's an example of the work that's been done and how through the language of Gaelic someone has come to faith and love of the Lord Jesus. But I'm very happy to work with the Assembly, with the Principal Clerk, to see if we can do this. But please, can we do it sooner rather than later and not allowed to drag on? We need radical action now. If we are to have Gaelic ministry and mission within the Church of Scotland for the people of Scotland, and for not to become a historical reality of the past.
Principal, I'm going to invite, if it helps, I'm prepared to suspend, say, for 2 or 3 minutes to try and see if we can get a form of words which we can put to the Assembly that is compliant with standing orders.
The Deputy Clerk, who knows that I'm like a streaming service, that once I've said something that's completely out of my head, has written things down, and is, I think, got some text which we might be able to offer through the system.
Would it also be helpful if I spoke and said that, you know, what you said, George, we would be happy to accept. We have only just taken over responsibility for the Gaelic group. It's come to us from the Assembly Trustees. Usually we're asking things of them, but no, this is coming to us from them. So we've only just taken over this responsibility. Today was the first time that we heard about this. So this is all very new. We are happy to explore possibilities, and I get what's being said if it's the, you know, the language of the heart and the mother tongue. These are important things and important to have resources, but the budget has already been set for 2022. We've already had the treasurer to the church on the telling us that. So let us explore and let us come back with possibilities. You will be the people who will be doing the work, because we need the Gaelic speakers to do the work. But yeah, we're happy to explore.
I think we're now might be in a position shortly, Moderator, to show this on the screen.
Yes, hopefully we can get a proposal to come up on the screen. Just bear with us, please, because I think there's a general will to try and make progress.
Right, so, Moderator, I think what's on the screen, if I appear hard enough, says, add a new section 15, instruct the forum to explore the possibility of developing a 3-year Gaelic language plan that includes particular emphasis on Gaelic ministry and mission to children and young people, and to bring a report to the General Assembly of 2022. So if Mr Stewart was happy to add his name to that, we could make sure it's seconded. The convener is willing to accept it. And I'm also conscious it's 3:45 and we have a lot of business still to do.
Mr Stewart, are you content to accept that redrafting of what you're seeking? I don't think we can hear you. I can't anyway.
I
hear you now.
My sound isn't working, but can you see? There we are.
Yes, I think that's a thumbs up, and it has been seconded. So, and it's been accepted by the convener, and therefore we must vote on that new section, which is there for you on the screen, and I ask you to press your buttons for or against, as the reworded version is on the screen. Voting is closed, and they voted for 412, against 54. So that new section, as amended, has now been added. Thank you very much. And I would now invite the Reverend Keith Blackwood to move a further new section. Keith.
Moderator, Keith Blackwood, 503, and I do have a second.
Good.
Not sure where the interference is coming from.
Moderator, Keith Blackwood, 503, and I do have a seconder in William Ray, 521. Moderator, there was a new motion that fell yesterday, I think it was proposed by the Reverend Sheena Orr in relation to the work of chaplains, perhaps failing to be supported due to the implications of being asked to include such posts in presbytery planning, which obviously is difficult, if not impossible, to do in the outside employing agencies. However, I do think that part of the motion seemed to me to be making a statement acknowledging the role of such chaplains, both paid and unpaid, the role that they played, the role that they play in society in various guises and settings, from university chaplaincy to hospital chaplaincy to armed forces to schools, workplace, etc., etc. The fact that the motion fell left me feeling that this was an opportunity missed for the national church to show appreciation for such work, given in the extreme circumstances of the pandemic-influenced time. I do feel that messaging is important here. It shouldn't just be left to presbyteries to do this, to acknowledge what's happening locally, but for the national church to be clear, and I think to be proud of those who, in good standing within our church, have served in the settings of most deepest need in this last year. And that's not to take away from the contributions made by parish ministers, deacons, readers, MDSs, church staff, elders who've given service in so many ways, of course. But I do think it's incumbent upon us not to let the opportunity go by without thanking this particular group of the church's servants in the world. I do have a seconder, and I think I did see the section on the screen a second ago. I read it out now. It is to acknowledge and give thanks for those who have served in the name of the Church of Scotland in paid and unpaid chaplaincy in this past year of the COVID-19 pandemic, sharing the love of God in a variety of challenging settings. I so move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blackwood. Indeed, I've seen it seconded many times whilst you've been speaking. So the second, and I understand that the convener has managed to accept, but I must first of all ask if there are any questions. And there's no one else wishing to speak. Just convener, confirm that you're willing to...
Absolutely. Echo everything that has been said. We do indeed express our thanks and our gratitude. Thank you very much. And I now move to a vote for and against this new section proposed by the Reverend Keith Blackwood. Will you please press your buttons for or against? Voting open. Voting is closed. There have voted in favour 479. There have voted against 1. And therefore, I declare that new section added to the deliverance. Although it's not in my hub, I'm told there may be another, but I think we'll take a break here. I think we've worked hard and we've got a lot of work still to do. So if we take a break now and return at 4:20. Thank you. Can I call the Assembly back to order? And we will now move to deal with the supplementary report of the Faith Nurture Forum. I did indicate yesterday when we took questions it should be on both, but I do have some indications of questions. Can I just invite those who do so to... down the list here, I have a point of order from Gordon McCracken. Gordon.
Moderator, it's really, I think, a question for the Principal Clerk. It relates to Section 7 of the Deliverance. My question is the General Assembly bound by its own acts? And if so, is Deliverance 7 of the supplementary report competent, given that there is no prior proposal to suspend Section 28 of the Vacancy Procedure Act, Act 8 of 2003, which bestows the right of call for 2 years before review?
Principal Clerk. or procurator. We obviously have considered these matters, but I think our view, and certainly when we went through the legal questions side, is that the General Assembly is sovereign and can make decisions in the circumstances in which the Church finds itself. It's certainly open to Mr McCracken to suggest that that's wrong, but I think we have looked at this carefully and with Faith Nurture Forum and believe that the General Assembly can make decisions on process matters to equip the Church appropriately at the right time.
Thank you. Moderator, I have a statement to make.
Oh, yes. Convener, will you please? Apologies for not calling you.
Rosie Frew, number 99. Yesterday, in my response to the overture from the Presbytery of Aberdeen and Shetland, I said, I understand that had the desire to remain in hospital chaplaincy been expressed at national assessment, the candidate would not have been accepted for full-time ministry of word and sacrament. Can I just clarify? At assessment conference, the candidate did express a specific call to hospital chaplaincy, but also articulated an acceptance that God might be calling that person to parish ministry. I should have been clearer in what I said. So I apologise if I misled the General Assembly and for any upset caused to the candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener, for that clarification. As I said yesterday, when we proceeded with the report of the Faith Nurture Forum, I did ask generally for questions and said that I would rerun, as it were, the fast track again today. More questions have come in, so can I just ask people to try and keep them brief so we can make progress. And if you feel that your question might be raised in relation to one of the sections of the deliverance, perhaps if you wish to raise it there. Otherwise, I will just now try and make progress as quickly as I can and ask Derek Lawson, please. And will James McNay stand by, please?
Thank you, Moderator. Derek Lawson, number 661. The convener spoke yesterday of the challenges in determining allocations for presbyteries in Scotland, and I appreciate that doing so for the International Presbytery is probably an even greater challenge, not least as neither the basic financial premise for all this nor the methodology applied is relevant to the International Presbytery. The former, because our ministries are not centrally funded, but are paid for by each congregation, with support for some from the Salvation Trust, while the latter cannot be applied to a presbytery with 14 charges spread over 12 countries and 3 continents. At no point does Section 7 of the report refer to the International Presbytery, and I can only presume that our allocation is intended to be covered by the statement at Section 7.1.10 of the report, where it says, with appropriate adjustments on a percentage basis for those presbyteries not subject to a calculation against population. Moderator, if that had been done, I wouldn't be asking the question which I'm about to pose, as that percentage basis would have produced for the International Presbytery an allocation of 7.5 full-time equivalent ministries, and not the 5 contained in Appendix 4. Such an allocation could be accepted as representing the presbytery's fair share of the pain being felt by presbyteries across the church. The figure of 7.5 is arrived at on the basis of the correct 2011 full-time equivalent figure for the presbytery of 11.5, a figure that has been agreed by the convener, and applying the overall percentage reduction from 1,040.7 to 660 full-time equivalent ministries, that is 36.5%. Many in the International Presbytery have been feeling that the Forum has not properly or fairly dealt with the Presbytery, given there is no attempt in the report to explain how our allocation has been determined, nor has the Forum applied the terms of its own report by making an allocation that has been adjusted on a percentage basis. My question for the convener is therefore, why does the allocation for the International Presbytery in Appendix 4, namely 5 full-time equivalents, not reflect the percentage basis of calculation the Forum sets out in section 7.1.10 of the report would be applied?
Convener.
Thank you, Moderator. I have been in discussion with Derek over the last couple of weeks about the International Presbytery. I'm very aware that the International Presbytery has been doing a lot of work on the sustainable financing of the international charge. I'm also aware that the International Presbytery has the opportunity to recruit locally from other denominations. So the 5 posts would be 5 posts filled by Church of Scotland ministers, and I do know that they have ecumenical appointments. Because of the very different situation that the International Presbytery is in discussing what was a really hard piece of work, the Faith Nurture Forum, in deciding the number of posts for the International Presbytery, took account of that unique position. It also agreed that with such limited resources, then a greater priority had to be given to the UK presbyteries. With Derek, I agreed that there is actually a bigger question to be addressed here, and that is a clarification of the place of the International Presbytery within the Church. And I know from our discussions that the International Presbytery Business Committee has already decided to pursue that issue immediately following the General Assembly, trying to arrange for a discussion between the Principal Clerk, the Law Department Legal Questions and the 2 forums, as well as the Church of Scotland Trust, and possibly the Assembly Trustees as well. Because it's a question that's raised often. And obviously we made a decision, not an easy decision to make, but that is the decision that was the mind of the forum.
Thank you very much, Convener. I will now ask James McNee to put his question. Will Andrew Rooney please stand by?
Thank you, Moderator. James McNee, 184. Just a question for the Convener, and apologies to the Convener, it is on weightings again. Where I am in the Presbytery of Ardrossan, we have been cut from 23.1 full-time equivalents to 13.5, and we have 2 priority areas and 2 island communities. And as the recently appointed appraisal convener of our Presbytery, I've got no idea how we are meant to manage on such small numbers. It says in the report that the weighting numbers are regarded as mandatory in the part of the report 7.1.10. And my question to the convener is simply understanding the pressures in the wider church and trying to get the numbers down and everyone fighting over numbers. What is the process for reviewing these numbers if a presbytery wanted to appeal and get greater numbers? Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. Convener.
I'm aware that there are a number of presbyteries where the numbers do, you have questions over them. They seem out of step, out of kilter with other people. All I would say is we will undertake to review that number and get back to the Commissioner just to give an understanding of how it was reached.
Thank you. I call Andrew Rooney and invite Fiona Crawford to stand by.
Moderator, thank you. Andrew Rooney, Commissioner 196. Moderator, I'm a first-time Commissioner at this year's General Assembly. I was ordained in March of 2019, which meant that celebrating my first year anniversary of being ordained minister, the following Sunday we went into lockdown. Not exactly what you hope for in celebrating 1 year as a minister. And life changed for every single one of us in that lockdown. Circumstances changed and the whole world changed in general. And what I saw in the world in this past year has been a world that has been scared of what the future holds, apprehensive about what might come next, and worried about what will be left and what life will look like at the end of all this. And Moderator, I wonder actually if that's not symptomatic of where we are as a church. I wrote to the convener earlier this week to thank her for how she led our debate from Faith Nurture, to thank her for her grace, her patience in answering questions, and also her honesty and her incredible honesty in saying to us that actually in some of this we do not know, because we do not know what the future will hold. Moderator, as part of my role as a parish minister, I wear a number of hats, as I'm sure every minister does. One of those hats is as a trustee for 24/7 prayer in Scotland. Commissioners, if you've ever read a book by Pete Gregg, ever been involved in a prayer room at your church, ever been part of a prayer space in school, or indeed used the Lectio 365 devotional app on your phone, you've had some interest in 24/7 prayer in that time. And I know that just how appreciated that app has been over this past year.
Question, Mr. Rooney?
Moderator, like I said, I speak as a first-time commissioner, and so I wonder, and this is my question, would it be in order for me to take an opportunity to pray, especially in relation to this supplementary report?
Convener?
I think that's a decision for the moderator. I'm sorry.
Is it a question? We have a prayer.
I'm just wondering if I could pray, moderator.
No, I don't think that is appropriate at this point. But I value your suggestion, but I don't think that's appropriate at this point. And indeed, I hope your experience as a first-time commissioner will be a good one, and there'll be many more to come. Fiona Crawford's her name or number can't be found. Would she press the wave button, the raise the hand button, please? We might be able to identify her. And if there's a delay there, would Peter Donald, if we could find him?
Moderator, while we're just looking, can I just say in response to Andrew, of course we absolutely value the prayers of every single member of our church. These are incredibly difficult times. He said it himself, we're scared, we're apprehensive, we do not know what the future holds. And so we turn to our Lord in prayer and we ask for that guidance and for that assurance and that for journeying with us as we travel forward. So please, Andrew, we're not dismissing prayer as unimportant. We're just saying it's something for everyone to do, and please keep this General Assembly upheld in prayer as we turn to make really difficult decisions.
Thank you very much for that reminder. We all can. Can I ask Peter Donald, I understand is ready. Fiona Crawford, we can't seem to track. Will Peter Donald please come in? Will Cheryl McKellar-Young?
My apologies, moderator. I did request to speak yesterday. I had no intention of asking a question this time. That's an electronic glitch. My apologies. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's very welcome. Can I ask Cheryl McKellar-Young and is Andrea Boys, please? Stand by. Cheryl?
Moderator, thank you. Chair McKellar-Young, 1717. I requested to speak yesterday and it didn't come through yesterday, so I thank you. I don't have anything to add at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Andrea Boys and will James Gemmell please stand by? Andrea, you'll say me?
Moderator, sorry, I didn't request to speak. It must have been from yesterday as well.
We're making progress. James, are you going to give us a full house? James?
Moderator, I didn't ask to speak today.
Oh, the wonders of technology. But no, but it's nice to see you all. So with that, and I don't think we still can't get Fiona, is that right? No, we're not finding her. So if we... Oh, I'm told, yes, Fiona, please. I don't know, can you hear me, Fiona? Do you have a question?
She must have been yesterday as well.
Fiona, you'll need to join the audio stream, I think. No. Fiona, can you hear me? I'm not sure, Fiona, can you hear me? Do you have a question? Can you unmute?
Is this me?
Yes?
No, sorry. It's not showing up on my system, but I had tried to withdraw it yesterday, and it's not showing up, but I think it must be showing it's still at your end. Apologies.
Right. That's fine. You're not the only one. I think it's a leftover from yesterday. I said yesterday, these are all the questions I have. I said yesterday that we would do the fast track on the supplementary report at the start of this, and the sections for which I have no request to speak are 1, and actually 1 and 8, because sections 5 and 6 have amendments attached to them. So it's just really 1 and 8. I'll just pause briefly if anyone wishes to register a request to speak on 1 or 8. Just checking for there's amendment 8. It doesn't seem to be on the... We'll just take 1, because I think there's a potential amendment to 8. So rather than pass it now and it comes in, we'll just leave it at that. So the only section which we have no request to speak is section 1. So I declare section 1 passed almost. Sean Swindles, before I just pass it, Sean Swindles, because we now move to section 1. Is that a question, Sean, you wish, or is it a substantive comment on section 1?
Sorry, thanks, moderator. Just wanted to make a substantive comment on section 1. These are very difficult. I've noticed there's 2 of me appeared on my screen. That is a scary sight. Moderator, I just wanted to say that
name a number, please.
This has been a long time coming.
Name a
I have
number.
been waiting for year after year to see the reform of the Church of Scotland.
Sean, name a number, please.
It is just really quite reassuring to know it's happening. Thank you.
I think your name and number was Sean Swindles, 553, just for the record. That being the case, and as there has been a substantive comment on that, I cannot fast track it, so we'll have to take a vote on section 1. All those, I don't suppose the convener wishes to say anything in response. No. All those in favour or against, please press your buttons. Voting closed. They voted for 408 and against 14. So section 1 passes. We now proceed to what is section 9 of the deliverance of the Assembly Trustees. You recall on Saturday when we had the debate on the Assembly Trustees report, this section was held over until this debate, and therefore can I call the convener of the Assembly Trustees, Dr. John Chalmers.
Chalmers 413. Moderator, even if there is little or no opposition to this section and people realise that this is the beginning of something new, I think it's important for me to speak and to say that this is probably the most significant and challenging section of deliverance that faces us in this General Assembly. The Assembly Trustees are well aware that this is not an easy ask. Every one of us on the trustee body is a member or a minister serving in parishes that will be affected by this. We know that reshaping the church around these numbers will involve painful decisions, but in the goodness and grace of God we trust that this is part of the path of renewal. This section of deliverance is not just about the number of ministries that we can afford going forward. It is also based on well-grounded projections of the age profile of our current ministry, which shows quite clearly that we will do well without some significant turnaround in recruitment, which we need to maintain this level of parish staffing. Nonetheless, this is also about funding. The savings we have already made of more than £6 million in the national work of the Church will be for nothing if we do not also bring the budget for ministry under control. Fewer than 44% of our charges pay the whole cost of a ministry. And the level of subsidy involved in supporting the other 56% of charges is in the now foreseeable future unsustainable. A fundamental principle of Presbyterian polity is that the strong help the weak, and that the better off share their resources with those in need. But when 23 ministries cost £1 million, and projecting forward, we can see that we are asking too much of too few, then we have to right the balance. And we have to think about working smarter in our parishes, and we have to get real about the way in which we share ministry where it is needed, and we need to develop genuine local ties with our ecumenical partners in order to deliver ministry across Scotland. A church with over 300 vacancies has neglected the business of proper planning for too long. Now is the time to act with realism, but to do so with hope. Now is the time for our old women and men to dream dreams and then to get off the stage and leave our young women and young men to take this vision forward. I see a church in the future where the strong are not diminished by the demands placed upon them, but are made stronger by the way in which they shelter under their wing worshipping communities which are essential but financially fragile. We have got ourselves into this situation because we have pushed back on the truth about our situation for too long. I don't find it easy to deliver this message or this particular section of deliverance. I wish it was simpler. But I believe with all my being that we get to where we need to go when we are honest about where we are. And I can assure you that we will find ways of supporting the implementation of this process. But I stress again the urgency of what needs to be accomplished. So I urge this General Assembly to approve this deliverance and to follow up on the direction that was set out in 2019. Contracting to expand, pruning and planting, cutting and investing. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalmers. I have no other requests to speak on this section of the deliverance from the Assembly Trustees report, and I therefore would propose to move to a vote. Will you have your buttons for or against, and voting is open. Voting is closed. There are voted for 463. There have voted against 58. And therefore, I declare that section of the Assembly Trustees report duly carried. If I can have to explain, if you look at your hub, you will see that we now proceed to go to section 4. I think there's a logic in this, but we move to section 4 of the supplementary report of the Faith Nurture Forum, to which there is a counter motion from the Reverend Scott Rennie, and I would invite Scott Rennie to move his counter motion.
Moderator, 520, Scott Rennie. Moderator, I would like to begin by thanking the Faith Nurture Forum for their hard work in bringing us this supplementary report with its resources for presbytery planning. Particularly, all it offers presbyteries in new, innovative forms of adjustment, which I'm sure will be welcomed across the church. It's no small undertaking, and the Forum and the convener deserves our thanks for that. There is little doubt that the next round of presbytery planning is going to be a major challenge for us all, and painful. I've had the fortune or misfortune, depending on how one views it, to serve as planning convener in 3 presbyteries: rural Angus, urban Aberdeen, and most recently in the wonderful mix of Aberdeen and Shetland, an island/urban union that has enriched all of us involved. Before we embark on our next round of planning, moderator, I feel presbyteries and this General Assembly need to know that the necessary pain we are about to endure will achieve the end we are all seeking. That is, a sustainable financial future for our church. The Assembly of Trustees has just been elucidated by Dr. Chalmers through diligent work, have arrived at the number of affordable posts, done their calculations, and I fully endorse and support their conclusions today. The report from the Faith Nurture Forum states in section 7.3 an issue that many of us have worried about when it says that presbytery mission plans may risk ministry and mission contributions and therefore, I quote, imperil the church's ability to pay for 600 ministries. What I find astonishing, however, is that the Forum then goes on to tell commissioners in the following section 7.4 that the small group which looked at the issue of weightings in terms of finance had neither the time or resources to bring detailed proposals to the Assembly. A major driver for the drastic changes that we need to make is now financial pressure and our need to utilise limited resources wisely. Moderator, it's fundamental that as we move forward together, that we know the painful decisions we must make are financially wise and sustainable. How can it be that after all we have learned in these last few years about the need for good governance and financial sustainability, that a Forum of the Church brings to the General Assembly a weighting system for which it has not explored the financial consequences? We read in the report, not enough time, not enough resources. The Forum itself acknowledges that different levels of weighting are possible, but they have presented us with only one option, one as outdated as the decade-old census data with a few tweaks, it seems, and one, the financial consequences of which they have no factual evidence to give us in their report or in any appendix. Moderator, that there requires to be a weighting system which ensures ministry to the poorest and the most fragile communities, there is no doubt. But if the financial distribution is not affordable, we will have gone through significant pain only to arrive back in the very place we began, only next time discovering that now we can only afford 400 ministries, say. Moderator, we will then, whether we are in Sutherland, Sighthill or Stranraer, wish the numbers had been run and that there had been enough time. We will wish that time and resource had been allocated. We will wish essential financial scenario planning had been undertaken. The Forum has suggested a remedy, which is to introduce M&M targets, perhaps even mandatory, for presbyteries. Though quite how a presbytery, which has depleted so significantly its giving base, is meant to meet these targets, mandatory or otherwise, is anyone's guess. Moderator, if the money's gone, target or no target, it won't be there to fund mission or ministry anywhere. So the counter-motion I'm presenting today offers the Forum a chance to take stock over the summer and early autumn, to run some financial scenario planning, as I think any responsible charity or organisation should do, and come back to a special commission of this Assembly with weighting options attached with cost implications. That is what this Assembly should have received. I have no doubt a future special commission in the autumn can be trusted by the Forum, when presented with the evidence required, to take a wise and critically an informed decision on the weightings allocation and thereby the distribution of ministries across presbyteries. The end of October allows the Forum time to do the necessary financial scenario planning without losing the momentum of the timetable in the report or the sense of urgency there is, or the momentum for progress, which this Assembly, like many others, has already understood. I completely accept the number of posts in total available. I accept the need for waiting. But we cannot embark on the biggest shake-up to congregations to presbytery planning without the Forum having done its homework and presenting us with difficult, yes, but at least informed choices to make about finance and balance. A promise of a review next year is not enough. It will be like closing the stable door once the horse has bolted. The implications of the number of posts allocated is of such a magnitude that it deserves proper and thorough treatment before we embark on our journey. Moderator, I move the counter motion and I would ask the Assembly to lend its support. I have arranged a seconder, Commissioner number 29, the Reverend Kenneth Gray, business convener of the Clyde Presbytery.
Thank you very much, Scott. And I did see the seconding came up on my screen. First of all, take questions. There are no questions. I'll therefore ask Eunice McConaughey to speak on this counter motion. Eunice, please.
Eunice McConaughey, 519 Aberdeen and Shetland Presbytery. Moderator, I'm speaking in support of the motion, of the counter motion. I completely accept that in terms of staffing, the church is to cut its coat according to its cloth, but we must ensure the cloth is cut as productively as possible. That means understanding properly the financial consequences of the allocation of staffing numbers, as the Reverend Scott Rennie has already explained. On Saturday, we heard how the work on the future of 121 George Street building has been paused for 2 years, with potential expenditure of £100,000 for maintenance in that period. We also heard that work instructed in 2019 to free up for mission purposes funds currently held for fabric purposes had stalled because of the pandemic, although it is now to be moved up the agenda. Of course, these are difficult tasks, and so is the assessment of the financial impact on congregational income from reduced staffing. I fear, however, that we are in danger of leaving some of these tasks in the too hard box. None of this is easy, but it is vital that all aspects of the allocation of staffing are considered, rather than just the numbers themselves. If not, we are only seeing half the picture. The potential loss of income following unions has already been referred to this week. We have to beware of the demotivating effects on congregations. Many face losing their buildings without at present seeing any availability of disposal proceeds or fabric reserve funds for local mission and locally funded staff. My own church, working with 3 neighbouring churches and generously supported by Presbytery, has for the last 3 years had the benefit of a joint youth worker. Our building is scheduled for closure, but we cannot presently fund this kind of activity from our substantial fabric reserves, which result from a change of manse a few years ago. Losing a building, as well as centrally funded staffing, may make members feel they are being abandoned at a time when we need our members to maintain or increase their giving. I urge the Commissioners to support the counter motion. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Eunice. I will now call Dr. John Chalmers, and will Kenneth Gray please stand by? Dr. Chalmers.
Chalmers 413. I feel I have to make something of a substantial offering to this debate because I understand fully the anxiety which lies behind this counter motion. The Commissioner is rightly pointing to the danger that massive readjustment could lead to a massive reduction in contributions, and he wants some reassurance that this will not lead to a situation where we lose the goodwill and the good giving of those charges which pay the lion's share of ministry and mission costs. The motion asks for some modelling to be done of how we ensure that whatever pattern of church life emerges beyond the process of mission planning, there will still be capacity in the system to meet the required costs of ministry and mission. And I have much sympathy for the content of that motion. We all like the idea of certainty and the elimination of risk. But I have to say that I think we may be talking here about looking for a level of certainty that is beyond any system to calculate. There is a moment in a journey like this when we have to step out in faith. Shifting the numbers will shift them very little for most presbyteries one way or the other in any event. There is no doubt that we are asking the church to undertake the most far-reaching and difficult planning task since 1929. Thinking about our history since then, most of what we have done and most of what we understand in presbytery planning until now has been to effect locally what was done at a denominational level between 1900 and 1929. We've just forgotten that the reason for most of the readjustment we've done in the recent past has been to sort out what happened to us in the middle of the 19th century. John Burley, Professor of Church History and moderator of this General Assembly in 1960, wrote about the price we might pay for the practical outworking of repairing the damage of the centuries. And in his Church History of Scotland, he says, "It's one thing to unite denominations, and quite another to unite congregations which are proud of their traditions and tenacious about their rights." Presbyterianism, he says, has always fostered strong congregational life, and it's easy to be critical of parochialism or congregationalism and to demand thorough rationalization. But he says, writing in 1960, "Grave spiritual damage may be done if this problem is not handled with patience, sympathy, and Christian insight." This was a well-worded warning in its time, and we have paid a heavy price for the readjustment work that has been done over the years. When we readjust, almost every time, we lose members, we lose the support of communities, and we lose money. We even factor in that loss into the budget year by year when we consider how many unions might take place. So what I would say is this: if we approach the process, the proposed process of presbytery mission planning as a continuation of those old models of readjustment, we will drop the ball and we will lose more members and we will lose more support and more money. This time, therefore, we have to do some blue sky thinking about what a church reorganized for mission should look like in the current context. And of course, this will involve using many of our current ministries and many of our current buildings, but not all of them. And it cannot involve many of our current expectations about how church should be structured or how ministry is delivered. All that said, Burley's words should still be ringing in our ears. Grave spiritual damage may be done if this problem is not handled with patience, sympathy, and Christian insight. But this time, I believe we are ready for this, and I believe that this can be done. There is scope in this round of change to ensure the future of those congregations which are strong contributors to the system. It's just that perhaps they will have to take under their wing necessary but otherwise non-financially viable congregations or mission communities, which may become a part of a new charge in which they become partners. We must not approach this round of planning by culling the congregations or the church in such a way that it damages the viability of the whole ecosystem, which is the Church of Scotland. I said earlier that fewer than 44% of charges pay the full cost of ministry, and when we drill down to the number of congregations who pay the lion's share of costs, it's something like the 80-20 rule that applies. So we have to be very sensitive to the fact, to put it crudely, that we must not kill the goose that lays the golden egg. But money alone cannot exempt a congregation from participating positively in mission planning. Nothing short of a radical overhaul of our church life is required. We need to embark on this without delay, and we need to do it with patience, sympathy, and Christian insight. We know in the trustees that we need to facilitate this work. We need the toolkit. We need the platform from which we can accomplish this task. The trustees realise that as well as bespoke solutions for presbytery funding, there may well need to be bespoke resources made available to presbyteries for them to be able to accomplish this complex task. Now, I know that Scott Rennie knows what it is to put his all into the process of presbytery planning, and we have much to learn from him. But on this counter-motion, I have to ask him to trust that we can discover the nous to start delivering change without completely upsetting the apple cart. To use another metaphor, it is not possible to make an omelette without breaking eggs. But you can make an omelette without dropping the eggs on the kitchen floor. This is not so much, in my view, about waiting as it is about method. And we need to get the method right. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalmers. Can I now ask Kenneth Gray, please, and will David Locke please stand by?
Moderator, Kenneth Gray, number 209. First of all, I want to say that John knows just how much sympathy and support he has from me and from the members of Clyde Presbytery, having spoken very powerfully at the Presbytery meeting just a couple of months ago. And I think that perhaps what is being misunderstood in the presentation of this counter-motion is that what we are seeking is not delay or obfuscation or anything that will be seen to be hostile to what is being proposed, because I think the whole church is pretty much unanimous that this is the way we need to go. What I am seeking, as somebody who is involved at the presbytery level, is some clarity so that when we do the work, we do it properly, efficiently, and fairly. So, for example, if we look at the number of things which are in this supplementary report, we're asked about the weighting between urban and rural. We're told that there was an informal discussion about that, but there is an indication that these weightings in 7.1.10 are going to be reviewed again this year. And personally, I would rather that we didn't review them again this year and that we just got started from the point we're at, because otherwise that will be a further delay. We heard yesterday about priority areas, and Rosemary said that as far as she understood it, that priority area congregations should be given a double geographical weighting. So what we need to know as a presbytery is whether the 8 priority area charges in our presbytery have been given a double weighting, or whether that double weighting has to be considered by us and we then weigh that up in our discussion. The question about vacancies needs to be considered. We know that we will not have 60 vacancies spread evenly across the church. And we need to ask whether it's reasonable to perhaps have a situation where some presbyteries will have a large number of vacancies which congregations expect to be filled, but which perhaps never will be filled. And then finally, we come to the M&M figure. This idea has not come from Scott. It's come from the report itself. It's the report itself which raises the idea that presbyteries need to take cognizance of the ministry and mission figures. And what we want is some clarity about that. And so what we're asking in this counter motion is that at a point in October, the figures are presented, we accept them and we get on with it. But that we give the forum and the Assembly the opportunity to work out how to balance all of these competing things. We know that we have to go forward in faith. We're ready, we're willing, we're able, and in many ways, we're enthusiastic about going forward. But we want to have as many of the issues resolved in our minds so that when we come to do the work, we're able to do it united and wholehearted in what we do. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gray. Can I now call David Locke and ask Alan Hamilton, please, to stand by?
Thank you, Moderator. Locke 549. Moderator, I'm just trying to probe into how big a difference different numbers might make. I used to work as an economist forecasting the economy, and we would use models to come up with a shape for the future, but it really boiled down to common sense. The numbers could show anything, but at the end of the day, economists have to use their own judgment to assess the numbers. Mr. Chalmers hinted in his remarks a few minutes ago that he didn't think they would make numbers would make much of a difference. And so my question really is, what does the convener or Mr. Chalmers really think? Would different numbers make a big difference, or is it their judgment that they don't?
I think that is a question which I'll ask the convener to answer.
Absolutely. Can I just say, by way of preamble, a lot of work went into this. If I was a churlish person, I may have brought the pile of paper, the spreadsheets that show different possibilities if we change weightings, that show where M&M contributions come throughout the country. We looked at all of that. And that we cannot predict the future. We applied the weightings. We looked at all the different possible distributions. Take away all the weightings, and what does that look like? And it looks like hardly any ministry in our rural and remote rural parts of Scotland. So we need that weighting system. Priority areas were mentioned. As a church, we have made a commitment to the priority areas, to those who are the poorest and most marginalised. And the way that we do that, the way that we show that amongst many other ways, is through a double weighting of the population of these parishes. So that's how we show our commitment in terms of weighting. And as John has said, when we look at M&M contributions within each of our presbyteries, we know the geese that lay the golden eggs. We also know the congregations that are the most necessary congregations. And echoing what John said, we have to marry that. It's not something that we on our committee could have worked out. We cannot predict the future. We can look at a lot of statistics. We can use common sense, and I think that's what we have done. We have used common sense, and we have realised the decisions that we cannot make, but the decisions that lie with our presbyteries. We could spend months just tinkering away, trying to look at different ways of divvying things up, but it wouldn't make very much difference at all. It's up to the presbyteries to decide how their allocation of staffing is used. They are the ones who know their local situation. They're geese laying the golden eggs. They're necessary congregations. They've been given a new toolbox of possibilities to make different things possible. But wasting time, and I'm sorry, it would be wasting time and effort. that we don't have to replicate something that we have already done would just be a waste. And I'm asking you, please, to trust the work that we have done. Doing it again is not going to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'd called Alan Hamilton, and I think there's a question from Michael Yule. I'll take Mr. Yule's question first, then Alan Hamilton, please. I hope it is.
Moderator, thank you. Not so much a question, more a comment on the slightly negative tone of the discussion. Michael Yule, 408. I mean, I'm a first-time commissioner as well as one of the earlier delegates commented, and he wanted to pray for the Assembly. I think I'm concerned that the slightly negative tone. We're obviously in a difficult place. The convener has talked about the stress on ministers and that we're at breaking point. I'd just like to think one of the ways we can solve this is to go out and reach out to people and get more people to come into church. Let's think a wee bit about the mission element of this and growing the church through mission as opposed to cutting and cutting and cutting. Because if you keep cutting, you'll have nothing left. So, I just would like to inject a note of hope in faith in our Lord, that he won't see the church damaged, and we go forward in faith, reaching out to people to grow the church and not to focus too much on the negative side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yule. I call Alan Hamilton. Will Brian Kerr please stand by? Alan?
Moderator?
Yes.
I have to confess that I'm a member of the Faith Nurture Forum, and I'm also was a member
Mr. Hamilton,
of the
can I have your name and number, please?
Thank you, Moderator. 2210, Alan Hamilton. Member of Faith Nurture Forum, member of the Waitings Group. As sections 7.3 and 7.4 of the supplementary report indicate, we're not entirely daft on the forum or in the Waitings Group. We absolutely get where Scott Rennie and Ken Gray are coming from. I have to say, in relation to their presentations, it did sound to me as if they were moving away from the terms of their counter motion. Really, their concern was more about Waitings than about finance. But I'm going to speak to the question of finance, because that's what's in the counter motion. And I want to commend to the General Assembly what our excellent convener, Rosie Frew, has already said. It would be tantamount to inviting the Assembly, through its Faith Nurture Forum, to do presbytery planning for every single presbytery. To do this centrally for every presbytery and pretty well every congregation. If we do not agree that presbyteries actually have the primary responsibility here, and I would suggest that it's important for us to trust our presbyteries and know that they will be working with the Central Church through the Faith Nurture Forum. Moderator, for these reasons and those articulated by John Chalmers and Rosie Frew, I encourage commissioners to oppose this counter motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. Brian Kerr and, well, Peter Johnson, I think it's possibly a question. Peter, Brian Kerr, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Kerr 194. I support this counter motion because I think it raises issues that I questioned yesterday about the need to have resources, about the need to think about how we can get to a stage where we can realistically look at what mission planning looks like for all congregations. And I take a little bit of issue with Dr. Chalmers saying that finance doesn't exempt a congregation from mission planning. Of course it doesn't. And I don't think anyone has said that. But there is a reality in this that actually we don't know. The convener yesterday, Rosie, when I asked about this question, said there is anecdotal evidence that when a union happens, we lose money and we don't get the sum of both parts coming over. And yet Dr. Chalmers says that in the national budget, we already budget for a loss. That's not anecdotal. That happens, and it has been happening. This is a painful process, and I still bear battle scars from a presbytery meeting in our presbytery where we presented a plan back in 2009 which did not meet with approval. It was radical, it was visionary, but it didn't meet with approval. I don't want to go through that process again. And what we're doing here is exactly the same as what we've done. How many times have those of us who have been in the ministry for the last 20 years heard, this is the most difficult task, this is the most important part of planning that the church has ever seen? If that's the case, and if the forum have that giant stack of paper with all the weightings and the things that they looked at, then perhaps the trust needs to be there that the Assembly can look at that as well. It's not about undoing things, but it's about recognising that there may be different ways of doing it and recognising, actually, that this might not be the right way. And if it is, why it is. Moderator, we need to understand these figures more, and we need to understand the modelling that happens when we do end up closing a number of these churches that do contribute significantly to the wider church and are prayerfully doing so and are joyfully doing so, because such is their commitment to Presbyterianism and to the Church of Scotland and to the mission of God within our nation. But let's have a grown-up conversation about this and look at what it means. We are all going to be getting on with planning over the summer months. This doesn't delay, it just gives a little bit more clarity before we all start committing things to paper. October is not a long way away, and it allows the Assembly, through its commission, to perhaps make sure that the sums are right. Moderator, I encourage the Assembly to support the counter-motion in Mr Rennie's name.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. Can I call Peter Johnson, and will Fiona Tweedy please stand by?
Thank you, Moderator. Johnston 507. It's a question to the convener, because I was a little bit confused after the comments just made. It seems to me that in the reporting, we're being told that further work is needing to be done on various areas to assist presbyteries and as part of the development of the rolling plans or presbytery plans. And yet, the impression I got from what you said is there's no point in doing any further work because we all know what we need to do, or something along those lines. So I'm just a little confused. Which is it? Do we need to do more work on weightings, on finance, or do we not? Thank you, Moderator.
Good. Could we answer that specific question,
Absolutely,
please?
Moderator. This is going to be kept under constant review. I spoke a lot about this yesterday. In terms of the weightings, the geography of our country, the distribution of population in our country is always changing, and that is something that we are keeping under review. The Presbytery of Lothian, just by way of example, experienced an incredible population growth just in the last few years. And that made a really big difference to the accessible population there. So that is being kept under constant review. I mentioned yesterday that we were dependent on figures from the 2011 census. Now, unfortunately, we didn't have a 2021 census in Scotland. It's not happening until next year. And once we have many of the findings from that census, then they will get incorporated into our understanding of what the accessible population that we work out the distribution, what that accessible population is. So there are things that are constantly changing, and these are the things that we are keeping under review. In terms of M&M, it's been said many times, we do not know what the next year holds. And so that is why the Assembly trustees in particular are keeping a very close eye on the finances of the church, because we do not know the results of this pandemic. We do not know the hit that the church will take. And so it's keeping all these things in tension, keeping them all, reviewing them regularly, constantly. And yes, that may mean slight changes. It's not going to be massive changes, not year on year. We're not talking anything massive. And I just would reiterate, this work that is being suggested that we do is not going to result in any big change. Absolutely not. So I'll leave it there. So yes, it's constantly under review. And that's what you would expect. It's not static. It's always changing. Thank you.
Can I ask Fiona Tweedy to speak, and then Michael Mayer? I think, Fiona, you just need to unmute, please. Still can't hear you, Fiona. Will you try and see if you can unmute? I'll try again. I'm afraid not. Well, we'll try and resolve that matter. I'll ask Michael Mayer to speak, and then Keith Graham. Please.
Moderator, thank you. Michael Mayer, number 16. Can I thank the convener for making the supplementary report available alongside the report. As a supplementary report, this text would only have been available 1 week prior to the Assembly beginning, and these figures that are contained within the supplementary report require careful consideration and prayerful action. Presbyteries, though, have only had sight of these figures for 3 weeks. I would like to support the counter-motion in the name of Mr Rennie, because doing so allows presbyteries to respond and hear how these cuts will have an impact on the ministry and the mission of their presbytery. I think that would be helpful to the church, as well as the financial detail that the counter-motion asks for. I therefore ask commissioners to support the counter-motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayer. And Mr Graham, Keith Graham, and will Ramsey Shields please stand by?
Moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, I can certainly hear you, yes.
Keith Graham, number 7. Moderator, those who know me may realise that I am sometimes remarkably indecisive, and this rather interesting and important debate, significant debate, has raised that indecisiveness within me. I've heard very persuasive words from Mr Chalmers, words that I find very hard to disagree anything that he said. I've heard the convener's detailing of all the work that's gone into the production of these figures and the report. I've read the supplementary report myself, and I've found it a very thorough report with some very imaginative and creative elements to it, very constructive and helpful. I know that Dr Tweedy, who hopefully we'll be able to hear from shortly, will have worked meticulously on the statistics. And I fully endorse the move towards 600 full-time equivalent ministries and everything that's in the Mission Plan Act. But yet I still find, on the other hand, something quite persuasive about the counter-motion and what Mr Rennie has said, and some of the others speaking in support of it. I notice a rather troubling sentence in the supplementary report at 7.1.8, where it says there are some, I'm just going to quote, it says there are some questions about whether using the population density statistics is the right method going forward, and the forum will consider these and report back to a subsequent General Assembly. So in my kind of indecisiveness at the moment in this debate, I'm kind of wondering how much different that sentiment is, this idea of reporting back to another General Assembly, in fact, even reviewing the almost underlying principle of the figures, which is whether using population density is the right measure or not. I wonder how different that is from what's been proposed by Mr. Rennie, that we have some more modelling, some more thinking through that comes to a Commission of Assembly in October, and in fact almost it perhaps seems that is sooner than coming back to a subsequent General Assembly. So I'm kind of wondering whether the convener or somebody might have some thoughts as to whether there is actually a huge difference in 7.1.8, the idea of coming back to a subsequent assembly, the idea of reviewing the underlying principle and the figures with what Mr. Rennie is proposing, which is a Commission of Assembly in October, and coming up with a couple of different options. I think it is very important, as others have said, not to delay. We need to continue on this path of radical change. We've had some very constructive conversations throughout this assembly, but I'm just a little bit unsure and a bit persuaded by what Mr. Rennie is saying here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Keith. And I have a point of order from Michael Goss. Michael, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Just wanting to ask about this counter motion in terms of its impact on some of the other motions that are coming further down this report, and to whether that we would still be having vacancies and readjustments not processed from 1st of June, and whether the whole process would be stopped until the Commission of Assembly. And is that the intention of this counter motion, or is it being put against some of the other sections of this deliverance?
Thank you, Mr. Goss, for that point of order. I can assure you it's something we have been considering, and it may be something Mr. Rennie, when he comes to respond, will say anything, but I don't know if the Principal Clerk wishes to add in, but it's something we're cognisant of.
Yes, I think if Mr. Goss was to look down the other amendments that are in the... I hear voices in my ear. There are consequential amendments that are being proposed in Mr. Rennie's name, which would redate things that are there at the moment. So if the counter motion fails and we stick with the committee's proposal, I think we would want a couple of minutes just to sort out in our mind which of the consequential amendments Mr. Rennie doesn't wish to table or which don't work, and then we have a clearer understanding of where we flow through the thing.
Thank you very much, Principal Clerk. I'm not sure, is there a question from Fiona Smith? And then we'll hopefully see if Fiona Tweedy is linked in this time. Fiona? Fiona?
Thank you, Moderator. 583 Fiona Smith. I've been following this debate with great interest, and I have sympathy for Scott Rennie's counter motion. There are so many different ways in which we can cut up the cake, in which we can work things out, and I know that Fiona Tweedy, with her expertise, would have a far more eloquent way of explaining that. But the facts of the matter is, we have known for the last umpty-tump years that we were going to get down to these sorts of figures. We have been kicking the can down the road about presbytery planning, and none of us here, I have been through it in our presbytery, the pain of it, the thought of going through this again is just, yes, a bit unbearable. But the weightings are really important. The rural weightings are hugely important for the landmass we have in Scotland. And that's not just about Article 3. This is about where people are. And this is about the heart of who we are. I do think that we've got to listen to our convener, who is saying, please trust us. I have been impressed with what she has been saying over the last 2 days about this is a process, difficult, painful, but one in which we've all got to work together. We've got to work together, guided by the Holy Spirit, guided by the love that we share, the love we have for one another, and supporting one another. And that actually this is the forum, this is the presbyteries, this is individual congregations and us ministers. And that we need to step out in a bit of trust on this one. And we know that this is a rolling programme, and we do not know what the finances are going to be. And yes, Scott is right about his concerns in relation to a financial modelling, but we cannot kick this down for a Commission of Assembly in October and delay this process. And we did know this problem. Let's be clear about that, Commissioners. We have known. We're just now at the awful point that we have to face it. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I'm going to try you, Fiona Tweedy. Fiona, just try and come in now. Thank you.
Moderator Fiona Tweedy,
Thank you.
026.
You're with us. Please go on.
Can I check you can hear me?
Yes?
Wonderful. Thank you, Moderator. Fiona Tweedy, 026, and church statistician. Thank you to everybody who has spoken so far in this debate. Much of the points I could have made have already been made. We take account of the latest figures available from the National Records of Scotland in looking at the population of our presbyteries. And different presbyteries, as the convener has already suggested, have been affected in different ways. The Commissioner from Ardrossan earlier, there has been a west to east movement of population in Scotland in the last decade. So presbyteries on the west coast have found that their allocation has gone down because of that movement of population in Scotland. In response to the Commissioner who's asking about the priority areas weighting, that weighting is already included alongside the geographical weighting in the figures that are given. What I would like to say, I'm afraid, while I sympathise with Scott Rennie's counter-motion, we could model anything you like. We do not know. We do not know what will happen. We cannot say in individual congregations if giving will increase or decrease. We do not know who will return to church. We could model things on what has been. It will not make any difference, frankly, to the weightings that we have here. And we have spoken on a number of occasions in the different groups I've been involved with about presbytery planning. And it always comes back to it is not the role, it is not the responsibility of the national church to tell presbyteries where to put their churches. As the convener has said, it is up to presbyteries. They know their context, they know the people, and it is not for the national church to determine these things. So I must, in declaring my interest, I must also ask the Assembly to resist this counter-motion. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. I'm perhaps explain. I'm going to invite a contribution from Bishop Ian Payton, and then I will take one person for and one person against before we move to some winding ups. I've tried to balance this as best I can and allowed, because I know how important it is. But Bishop Payton.
Thank you, Moderator. I hesitate to contribute to this very important debate you're having, but I wanted to assure you that your ecumenical partners are praying for you as you wrestle with these very difficult questions. Questions that we are all having to face, of course, now as we come out of COVID and into the future. But I just wanted to also say to you, I hope that presbyteries, as you make the plans that you have to make, will actually talk to your ecumenical partners, because we want to support the Church of Scotland in its mission to our country. We want to be part of that mission because we share it, the call from Christ. And there are many places where we can talk to each other about how that ministry and mission can be delivered if we do it together. Speaking for the Episcopal Church, I know there are many places where we are eager to assist local Church of Scotland congregations and come together I'm already talking as a result of this assembly to people in the Presbytery of Stirling and in the Presbytery of Perth. And I hope that'll be true all over the country. So God bless you as you wrestle with this. And I know that together you'll come to an agreed outcome, but we want to support you in it.
I can't stop.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop Ian. I'm going to call now Alistair Cumming, and will Anne Stott please stand by?
Moderator, Cumming 646. I am the Presbytery Clerk for the Presbytery of England. Yesterday, I discovered that I had acquired a further 2 congregations without any consultation and without any prior knowledge. When I saw the figures that we were to have as the Presbytery of England, I assumed, as per the report, it was based on 2010 and 2011. Similar to the International Presbytery, the weightings and the population density that has been used do not apply to England. Moderator, I think there requires to be a little bit of time, a little bit more transparency on how these weightings and how these numbers came to be. I feel that I should support the counter motion, as that gives that time to be transparent. It gives the time to consult with the International Presbytery. It gives the time to consult with the Presbytery of England. It gives time to consult with all presbyteries. And in closing and in support of this counter motion, can I remind commissioners that we are the Church of Scotland, not the Church in Scotland.
All the handrails notice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cumming. Can I ask Anne Stott, please, and then I'll invite Scott Rennie to respond to the debate.
Hello, Anne Stott, 462. I don't know whether we want to go with Brian Kerr's 20 years or Fiona Smith's umpty-tumpty years, but it's certainly true. We have been hearing chat about cuts and hard decisions for a long time. And in our presbyteries, folks are weary. And they're even more weary now because it's been going on for so long. I would want to say folks are weary. They're looking for leadership and courage and decisiveness. And I think it's time to trust the Faith Nurture Forum and to hear what's being said about it doesn't matter what we do with these numbers. It's a step of faith, and we need to be decisive and courageous and take a lead.
Thank you very much, Anne. I now invite Scott Rennie to respond. I hope. Scott.
Thank you, Moderator, and thanks to all the contributors to this, what I think has been a very interesting discussion today. My background is in the Presbytery of Aberdeen, where we just last year produced a very radical plan in which we will lose 50% of our buildings. I belong to a congregation which will eventually take place in a union of 4, perhaps 5 churches, most of which are golden geese, you might call them. And we have not expected at all to be saved cuts or pain. Fiona Smith's absolutely right. We've known this is coming for a long time. I really was heartened by John Chalmers' comments about the need for new models and not old models. We've certainly tried to do that. And I too believe we're ready for change, impatient for change. And anyone who over the last year has seen the plan that the Presbytery of Aberdeen and Shetland passed will know we are the last people to want to hold things up or not to embrace radical change. What we're asking for is that change, in terms of where we guided from the centre, is based on evidence. In particular, as Alan Hamilton reminded us, particularly in relation to finance. I felt in the tenor of the debate there might be a suggestion that this is in some way, this counter motion, and it's called a counter motion because that's the way we do our policy. But it wasn't ever meant to be an unfriendly motion. It's not at all being churlish to the convener or indeed to the Waitings Group. Far, far from it. They have an important role, and so do presbyteries. But I want to say this, moderator. I think trust operates both ways, and it depends on transparency. It is the forum itself that noted different weightings solutions were possible, but hasn't provided us with what they may look like. We have no at all financial evidence of how these weightings might affect, and yet the forum tells us, well, they won't change much at all. And the forum also tells us that, well, we just don't know. In fact, the convener yesterday said in answer to another financial question, someone, we can spend all the time we like doing sums, but we just don't know. Now, we do have financial records of unions in the last 5, 10 years. We do know we must have some figures that people can look at to see what is the potential drop, how do different kinds of unions or linkages affect sums. If really it would make no difference, I do want to say that actually the forum could have trusted this assembly with that. I don't mean at all to be churlish to the convener or to the forum, not at all. We are all in this together. But we could have been trusted with numbers. We could have been trusted with financial predictions, but the forum's report indicates that they aren't there. So, and this, I know that the convener won't see it this way, and I get it. It's a hard job, it's a hard task, but it really is meant in the quiet summer to be a chance for the forum to come back with numbers, to trust a Commission of Assembly, to say, here are different weightings possibilities, here are the likely impact on the finances of the church and what it will mean for the total posts affordable in a few years to come. We're giving you this. This is the best we can produce for you. You as the Assembly need to take responsibility for the finances of the church and make that decision and not just leave it to the forum. And that's really the grist of what I'm asking from the forum in the counter motion today. I just want to say in terms of consequentials, the aim is not to put things back. There are other people with motions about delaying times. That's for the Assembly to take a view on. The only thing it would change is obviously if there were major changes in terms of stopping things now, then that would wait, I would suppose, till the special commission meets. But it's not at all meant to be a spanner in the planning works. I personally, we as a presbytery have done our bit and are willing, more than willing to do our bit in the future for planning. And we will work with the convener, the forum and the Assembly of Trustees in that task. You can have our assurance. Thank you, Moderator.
And thank you, Scott, and thanks for your indication about possible of consequentials. Therefore, invite the convener to close the debate. Convener.
Thank you, Moderator. I found this quite a muddled debate, to be honest, because when I look at the counter motion, what it's asking us to look at is potential loss of income based on potential ministry and missions contributions. And yet, the debate has been far-ranging, and we've got into weightings and we've got into all sorts of aspects of presbytery planning. There's no easy and fair way of dividing up the resource that is our paid ministries. And the Church has wrestled with this for many years, and we've looked at it again. And we have modelled different possibilities. We've looked at different permutations. But we cannot come up with a better solution. As I said yesterday now, if you wish to claim more ministries for your presbytery, then you have to tell the Church which presbyteries should have fewer. In my pre-recorded speech, which I'm sure you all listened to, I spoke of tensions. So let me list some more of the tensions. The tension between the commitment to territorial ministry and the challenge of fulfilling that. The densely populated urban and the sparsely populated rural and the remote rural areas. The wealthy, resourcing congregations and the necessary congregations in a church that has over and again affirmed its commitment to the poorest and the most marginalised. As has been said already, the work that Scott is asking us to undertake is not work for the forum, it's work for the presbyteries. In all our presbyteries, we need to reimagine the worship and the mission of the church, taking into account the learnings and the experiences of the past 15 months. And we need to consider our total resource, not just the paid ministries. We need to look at the new possibilities in new presbyteries, working across existing boundaries, not to mention the ecumenical dimension, which we have heard a lot about. And as I said also yesterday, that's not just in the remote rural, that is throughout our land. Moderator, I resist the counter-motion, obviously. I do not think that doing this work is going to add anything or change anything in the work that has already been done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Convener. Can I please explain that what we will now proceed to do is there will be a vote either for the for section 4 in the deliverance as originally stand, or for Scott Rennie's counter motion. They will be pitted against each other, and then there will be a further deliberative vote on the outcome of this vote. So may I invite you now to indicate your support either for the original terms of section 4 or for Mr. Rennie's counter motion. The voting is open. Voting has closed. There voted for the original terms of section 4, 374, and there voted for Mr. Rennie's counter motion, 163. Therefore, the original words stand, and I am asking that these figures be minuted. I'm now going to ask that perhaps one of the videos, good news videos, be shown. Sorry, we've got to. Yeah, we've got to take this against the substantive motion. I actually have people, I'm not sure if the people wish to speak on section 4 as originally stands. I do have a number of people who have put down to speak on section 4 as it stands. So I think we probably better take that, and then we'll have a video to work out what perhaps the implications are for consequentials and how we will move forward from then. But I don't know, some of these are maybe questions or comments. Stuart Love, please.
Moderator, I had not put in a request to speak. I wonder if we're having the same problem as earlier.
It may well be residual, and that may be the case, but I wouldn't necessarily bank it. Derek Lawson, Derek, are you in that position, or you have a substantive point on section 4 as it originally stands?
Moderator, Derek Lawson, 661. I have a feeling my comment or much question really might actually relate more to section 2, but I will ask it at this point and get it out of the way, Moderator, if that's okay. It's purely a practical point. When the convener replied to my previous question, she mentioned that in the International Presbytery we do have the option of bringing in ministers from out with the Church of Scotland, and that's perfectly true. My question really relates to how we figure this in as a matter of practicality in terms of the new Act. Convener made the point that the figure would relate only to the number of Church of Scotland ministers allocated to the presbytery, but I can't see any way of making provision in terms of the Act for bringing in ministers from out with. And on the basis of that, I might feel inclined to oppose the passing of the Act.
Vina, do you want to answer the specific question, please?
I think, I mean, the International Presbytery stands unique, and the issues related to the International Presbytery are unique, which is why an ongoing discussion with Derek and the folks from the International Presbytery is what we need, because there are a whole host of issues around how you do presbytery planning in an area as big as the International Presbytery. So we've already agreed to carry on this conversation. So I think, and I'm saying this to all presbyteries, you all have your questions, I know that. And this is just the very start of a process in which we are asking you, please speak with us. And please let us work on this together. So, yes, we are working with the International Presbytery to help them agree how they go forward and what their plan looks like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question from William Hewitt.
Moderator, Bill Hewitt 166. Moderator, after the serious debate, this may seem parochial. I'm clerk to the Presbytery of Annandale and Eskdale, and like Alistair Cumming, who was surprised to learn that he had gained 2 charges, I was equally surprised to learn we had lost one when the figures were given, and the convener replied to a question yesterday that the border kirk in Carlisle had been moved from Annandale and Eskdale to the Presbytery of England. And I would speak about my concern is in section 7110, which says that these figures are now mandatory. As far as I'm aware, the border kirk would like to stay in the Presbytery of Annandale and Eskdale. And so can I ask if the congregation were asked what they wanted to do? Fiona Tweedy said that it wasn't up to the forum to tell Presbytery how to do their planning, but it looks as if they have already decided that congregations can be moved from one presbytery to another without any consultation. And if that's not the case and the border kirk want to stay with us, can I get the assurance that we will get that post back into our numbers?
Thank you. I'll ask the Principal Clerk, I think, wishes to respond.
I was surprised to hear yesterday that they'd been moving congregations. I think just because somebody put it on a spreadsheet somewhere does not mean it's moved.
No. I think
these congregations are still in the presbyteries where they are at the moment, and the spreadsheet, I think, needs to be corrected to reflect that.
Yeah, sorry. So the numerical allocation, we should probably, I admit, we should have communicated this better, but in terms of our working out and our looking at the future, we made an assumption, which was obviously a wrong assumption, that discussion would be had about where best to put these as we move forward into new presbyteries, where best to put the 2 kirks that are over the border. So my apologies for any confusion and any hurt caused by, our assumption.
I hope these responses satisfy Bill Hewitt at the moment. And can I ask Fiona Watson, please? Can you hear us, Fiona?
Yes. Excuse me, sorry. Fiona Watson, 310 from Glasgow. I'm speaking here for number 4. This summer is when we should start all this work. We should seize the impetus, which is what I've sensed has been happening in building over the Assembly over the last few days. And if the counter motion had been carried, yes, that would have given us more time to talk about it again, and we lose the train of thought. And it was interesting to hear Fiona Tweedy speak, but I've lost touch of which presbytery plan we were talking about when many, many years ago, I've lost touch. It could have been 2003. We were involved at that time, and I spoke of the uncertainty in making long-term plans. And the phrase I actually used was, because a couple of people referred me back to it, who knows? A plague could come marching up Byres Road, and then where are we all? The plague did come marching up Byres Road and everybody else's street as well this last year. We are all in the same situation, so we shouldn't give it a chance to interfere with what we see we need to do now. We have now entered, my congregation has now entered its 14th year of vacancy. We have always been at the forefront of presbytery planning and always have had to stand back and wait and wait and wait. Many years ago, we offered to join with another priority area church and said, no, this will be a linkage. We will be two churches, rich and poor, working together with one minister. Will that solve your problem? We can't do that. We're not allowed to do that legally. I think the time is now that we seize this impetus, we go forward and we actually work with the monies that we've got available, because if we don't do something decisive now, we will not be here in another 10 years. So I'm all for the forum's proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Rosie, do you want to say anything in response?
It was a very interesting story to hear, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. We now vote on section 4, the original terms of section 4, buttons for and against. Will you please vote? Voting open. I have a point of order while we're voting, a point of order from Andy Haddo. Andy?
Hello, thank you, moderator. Can I just check that we've heard from the Presbytery of Annandale and Eskdale about the numbers that are set out in Appendix 4. I'm assuming we're not voting for the numbers that are actually set out in Appendix 4, but we're voting for the numbers set out, but adjusted on the basis that the two charges that have moved into the Presbytery of England, which actually haven't moved into the Presbytery of England, their weightings will be moved back into the Presbytery of Duns and the Presbytery of Annandale and Eskdale.
Thank you. Does the Principal Clerk want to, or the Convener, if you want to answer that question, that point of order?
Happy for that to be the understanding, but I would like to think that, you know, going forward, that I don't know where the discussions are in terms of what happens in the new presbytery restructuring, but...
Moderator, I think there's a certain element of confusion here. As I understand, the tables are about ministry allocation. They're not about charge allocation.
No.
And I think we do need to have clarity that we are voting on ministry numbers as done. Now, if Mr Haddo or others suggest that the ministry allocation might have been calculated differently, if you'd not moved bits of England here and there, then I think we need to find that out in the next wee while when we take a short break to clarify that for people.
Right, I will hope that Fiona Tweedy is still still available.
Hopefully Fiona will have heard that. Voting is closed and they voted for 429, against 71. So section 4 is passed, and I will now ask for a good news video. I think, hope, pray that break has been productive in a number of respects. We do hope to carry on tonight till 7 o'clock, but there are some, I don't know if the Principal Clerk wants to indicate how we plan to shape it, which is maybe the best thing, and then I think the Convener wishes also to give an indication on response to one of the points of order.
Yes, thank you, Moderator. We are moving back to the consideration, obviously, of the supplementary report. We have passed the ministry allocation tables, I think there has been an anomalous thing raised around the border, and we did clarify that that needs rectified, and I think the convener would just like to give the assurance that the minor adjustments between Duns, Annandale and Eskdale in England will be carried through, and the appropriate changes communicated to all of us inside the next week.
Yes, it's fairly easy to do. I'm saying that confidently. I'm seeing Fiona Tweedy on the screen. It is a fairly easy thing to do, and we will make sure that that is done and communicated very timorously.
Then Moderator, my understanding is that we're going to pass the Presbytery Mission Plan Act, or be asked to pass the Presbytery Mission Plan Act. There's now one amendment in the name of David Locke, which is on the hub, and we would deal with the amendment to the section past the Presbytery Mission Plan Act. We would then go and deal with the Legal Questions Committee, deliverance number 6. And this is, I think, a fairly straightforward offer from the convener, although he does want to change some words. And we would see whether their approach to appeal and review is the one we want to adopt. Then I think there are 2 new sections. No, we've done, yes, there are 2 new sections once we've done that, in the name of Neil Glover and John Cook. So I think if we did the Presbytery Mission Plan Act with its amendment, we did the Legal Questions Section 6, and then we did the 2 new sections, which are not dependent on these changes being made. Then we go to number 3, instruct presbyteries to complete the process of developing the plan. There's a new section by Graham Roberts after that, which is there. I don't think it's particularly controversial, but I might be wrong. Then we move on to suspend the question of suspending presbytery plans. Number 5. Number 6 is the exception thing. Now that the plans have been suspended, it's using that exception possibility for readjustments and vacancies. We want to not table number 7 this evening, and we'll bring that back after lunch tomorrow following the comments from Mr McCracken, and then we deal with 8 and 9. And the other thing, just to suggest to everyone in time, the refresher hub, because Mr Rennie has withdrawn his various amendments which were consequential on his counter-motion succeeding.
Thank you very much, Principal Clerk. As now indicated, we will now proceed to Section 2 of the deliverance, which relates to the Presbytery Mission Plan, and there is an amendment from David Locke. And therefore I invite Mr Locke to move his amendment.
Thank you, Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Locke 549. I think in the mission plan 5 acts, there's something so obvious missing that it must be assumed it was intended to be implicit, but I think needs to be explicit. And the words that I've suggested would appear at the top of the 5 marks of mission. And it was brought out, I think, for me today in your own choice of reading, Moderator, from the book of Acts, when it says that the people went around proclaiming the good news of the Lord Jesus. And yet Jesus is not mentioned in the 5 marks of mission. I find that really quite astounding. And in speaking with various people, I think it's meant to be there, but for some reason it's not. Throughout the Bible, of course, it's pointed that the good news is about Jesus. And throughout the history of the church that I've been in, there's always been a balancing act between mentioning that we're about Jesus and about his kingdom. But his name isn't mentioned in the 5 acts of the 5 marks of the act. The Bible mentions that most of us would have come to faith through gaining some understanding of Jesus, and he's my motivation, my purpose, and why I work for the kingdom. But yet his name is not mentioned. As an example of the balance needed, the Australian Church in the Anglican Communion had some words rewording the first mark. It specifically mentions Jesus. It is possible, but my prime example would be the Anglican Communion, which throughout 165 countries precedes the 5 marks with the words that are there in my motion. So in short, I think we need to mention Jesus if we're wanting people to be encouraged to work for the kingdom and the 5 marks. And I think it would keep us in step with the rest of the church around the world. And not to mention Jesus just seems weird to me. So I'm hoping that the convener will accept this. My ideal would be to change number 1 to proclaim the good news of Jesus and the kingdom. But the convener, when I spoke to her, was not minded to accept that. So I hope these words, which are used around the world as part of the 5 Acts, will be acceptable to both the convener and the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Locke. There is a point of order from Bill Hewitt. Before I just checked that is seconded, that amendment. Bill, do you wish to come in your point of order?
Thank you, Moderator. Bill Hewitt 166. Moderator, in the confusion over England and Annandale, I'm not sure that we actually passed Section 4.
Principal Clerk, do you wish? We have minuted that we've passed Section 4.
Right.
I think there was a vote on it.
I don't remember voting on it, but maybe I was asleep.
I'm fairly certain there was.
There was?
There was, yes. We've now had an amendment from Mr. David Locke. It's been seconded. Any questions? Please indicate. There being no questions. Convener?
Thank you, Moderator. I indicated that I wasn't willing to accept this because the Presbytery Mission Plan Act, as you have it, is the product of much hard work by many people. The Principal Clerk, the Deputy Clerk, the Legal Questions Committee, the Faith Nurture Forum. It has been critiqued by many more over the past year. The 5 marks of mission are incorporated into the Faith Action Plan, which the Assembly Trustees presented to the 2020 General Assembly. That Assembly welcomed the use of the Church of Scotland Vision Statement and the 5 marks of mission which underpin the Faith Action Plan. The Theological Forum was asked to comment on the use of the 5 marks of mission, and in their report to this year's General Assembly state, the 5 marks of mission are definitional, offering a broad, generous theological vision for Christian mission, hanging together inseparably in proclamation and service. The Act uses the 5 marks of mission by way of continuity, so we're not minded to accept any rewording, but I would ask that the Assembly be assured that there will be an unpacking of the 5 marks of mission in the guidance notes that the Forum is tasked with producing. However, I will leave it to the mind of the Assembly how we proceed.
Thank you very much, Convener. I now have notice of a point of order from Donald McEwen. Dr. McEwen.
Moderator, I've used a point of order because, in fact, I had requested to speak on this as A22, but when it was renumbered A21, I think what's happened is my request to speak has disappeared. And so do I have, even though the convener has closed the debate, do I have permission to speak on the now renumbered A21?
I think in the circumstance, I think the number was Scott Rennie's amendments withdrawn. I think I'm prepared to accept in these circumstances. The Assembly, I'm sure, would wish to hear from you.
Thank you.
Professor McEwen.
Sure, Donald McEwen, 715. I'm sorry, I forgot my number initially. Initially, I've been minded to agree with the convener that this would be better not accepted. But reading, in fact, rereading our own paper as a Theological Forum on the 5 marks of mission earlier today, I reminded myself that, in fact, the words which Mr. Locke proposes as a preamble to the 5 marks of mission, the mission of the Church is the mission of Christ, are indeed, as he says, words of preamble to the 5 marks of mission on the Anglican Communion website. And why that's important is that the 5 marks of mission emerged from the Anglican Communion, which is Anglican churches throughout the world. And so within the history, the almost 40-year history of these initially 4 and then 5 marks of mission, this is the form of words of preamble which they have found to be most helpful in situating the meaning of the 5 marks of mission. Now, I would completely disagree with changing one of these marks. I think that's disrespectful to the fact that they've emerged from this Anglican Communion, and I think we take them or leave them as a whole. But I am minded to think that it seems reasonable to append the same words of preamble to them as are found on the website from which we as the Church of Scotland have borrowed them. And so in a sort of agreement with Bishop Zian's request earlier that we think about mission as ecumenically as we can, if we're going to borrow 5 marks of mission from the Anglican Communion, I think it's reasonable and positive, in fact, to borrow their words of preamble, which are that the mission of the Church is the mission of Christ. It's not weird that the 5 marks of mission don't reference Jesus by name. Jesus and indeed the mission of Christ is implied throughout them all. But it is reasonable to include these words of preamble. And so, although I have no vote, as convener of the Theological Forum, I would encourage commissioners to accept this proposed amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor McEwen. I think it's only fair that the convener has an opportunity to respond.
I bow to the convener of the Theological Forum.
Thank you very much. We must now put that to a vote. The vote is on the amendment moved by the Reverend David Locke. Will you please press your buttons for or against, and voting is open. Voting is closed. That amendment is carried by 430 votes to 32. We now proceed to section 2 as amended, and perhaps it might be useful for me to say here that there may be others in a similar position to Professor McEwen who have put their names down to an amendment and then subsequently, following Scott Rennie withdrawing his amendment, the numbers have been slightly rechanged. Maybe just check that you've got your names down against the amendments as they now are. We now go to section 2, and I have some requests to speak from Fiona Smith.
Fiona Smith, 583. Thank you, moderator. Just a quick question in relation to section 3 of the Mission Plan Act, section 13, I apologise, which speaks about the guidance that's going to be prepared by the Faith Nurture Forum and also the legal questions. Just to get an indication from the convener as to when this is going to be produced, as we've got to get on with the work. But also, what status is this guidance going to have? I appreciate that it's going to be an ongoing document as we progress with this direction and journeying that we're all going to have to do. And so it will be updated and hopefully sharing a great forum to share good ideas and innovative and creative thinking, and also advice on how we go about doing this. And so in that light, though, I'm just inquiring as to what status this guidance has. And the reason I ask that question is, and I don't mean to sound negative here, but having been in presbytery planning, in my own presbytery, I know we will get appeals. And that's, I'm delighted we've set up a different appeal system. The Act does, if we pass all this. But what status will this guidance have when the Mission Plan Review Group are reviewing what is essentially an appeal? And my final thing there is, I know there's only so many bodies going around, but I'm just conscious that 15 people for that review panel, is it sufficient, and will they have abilities to co-opt more people should the need arise? Not trying to be predicting lots and lots of reviews to happen, but I just suspect that might happen. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. I maybe invite the conveners to respond after we've heard the other two comments on this section. And can I ask Raymond Young, please? I know we had difficulty with trying to find Raymond earlier. Maybe he logged this in. Yes, Raymond. If you can put your chat hand up. But oh yes, and your real hand up. Raymond, please.
Yeah.
And your number, please.
Hi, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Moderator. Raymond Young, 735. I speak as Chair of the General Trustees, and while the Presbytery Mission Planning Act is tabled in the name of the Faith Nurture Forum, I would like the Assembly to know that the Act has the full support of the General Trustees. We've been involved in the Act's preparation based on our experience helping St Andrews, Shetland, and then Aberdeen and Shetland presbyteries develop their latest plans. From our perspective, the Act will be a fundamental building block for well-equipped spaces in the right places, clearly focusing on mission and growth. A presbytery plan that integrates the human, financial, and building resources to deliver a church based on the 5 marks of mission is essential if we are to move forward. The Act will also enable us to work together in partnership with presbyteries and the forum as the presbyteries work through the planning process. That process is important. And it also recognises, however, that the key role in planning has to be that of the presbytery. We've already issued some guidance with presbytery clerks for consultation in the name of a toolkit, and more is ready to produce when this Act is, or if this Act is approved. We also plan to hold webinars to assist presbyteries on building issues associated with the Act. So we are ready to go. As far as we're concerned, we want to commend the Act to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. And is David Locke, please? Perhaps not. See, it doesn't appear. In which case, convener, do you wish to respond to the points that have been made?
If I will respond, and then I think I would ask the Principal Clerk to answer what status guidance has. As far as I'm concerned, guidance is guidance. The first piece of guidance will appear by the 18th of June, and the preparation of this guidance, referenced both in the Faith Nurture report and the Legal Questions Committee report, will be an ongoing exercise drawing on the lessons learned as we journey together through the next 18 months. So it will be increasingly helpful and based on experiences on the ground. And I would say, as well as the General Trustees, the Forum is committed to engaging with presbyteries on this, and we'd hope to have regular meetings with representatives of the different presbyteries and to continue its positive engagement with the Presbytery Clerks Forum as well. As for status...
Principal Clerk.
Well, if the guidance comes out like the guidance on the Discipline Act, it will say at the start this is not church law. So what we're offering is advice, helpful reminders, good practice, ready reckoners, all these kind of things that would help people make decisions. I hope it will also be of use to the PPTG or its successor. One of the things I think watching from the outside is that those who approve for on the Assembly's behalf presbytery plans perhaps not always have been able to critique how they've been done. And so I hope there'll be a much more clear sense, having used the guidance, that people will understand how the plan's been arrived at, and at least there'll be an ability to check against the guidance, whether there's been good practice and whether further work needs done. So it's not church law, it is guidance, it will develop, and I would hope it'd be ready in the summertime.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to vote on section 2 as amended by the amendment from the Reverend David Locke. Will you please press your buttons for or against? Voting open. Voting closed. There are voted for 427. There are voted against 12. Therefore, section 2 as amended is passed. I think the amendment from Scott Rennie has been withdrawn. I therefore invite the convener of the Legal Questions Committee, Dr. Grant Barclay. We now go to section 6 of the Legal Questions Committee report. And Dr. Barclay.
And Barclay 240. I intend, first of all, Moderator, if I may, to move the amendment in my name, which simply removes from the substantive section of deliverance the regulations relating to the local mission church. Someone with an legal eye, it may have been yourself, sir, spotted that it was inappropriate for these to be included in what comes next, and so I move that motion in my name.
Seconder? Seconder?
So.
Seconded. Well, any questions? In which case we'll move to a vote on the amendment from Dr. Barclay to for or against buttons. Voting open. Voting is closed. They voted for 434. They voted against 3. So that amendment is carried. And now, Dr. Barclay, the substantive section as amended.
Some good news here, Moderator, in the sense that I'm going to reduce substantially what is in the print. As I understand it, because the Mission Plan Act has now been passed, the first section of what's in the print, down to the word in capitals or, and then in parentheses, sections to be moved if the Mission Plan Act has been agreed, and therefore that's the section which I'm moving. So the whole first section is taken out, and I am moving as section 6 of the Legal Questions report, that latter part which only has subsections A and B. I hope that's clear, Moderator. It's certainly briefer than what was there before.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barclay. I think it was always very clear that these were alternatives, and I think the actual one, which now is now on screen, and I therefore put to a vote for or against the legal question 6 as amended. Voting open. Voting closed. There voted for 432, voted against 1, and therefore that section of the Legal Questions Committee deliverance is approved as amended. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barker. Thank you for your help.
Moderator, if I may, I think we have 2 new sections now, one in the name of Neil Glover and one in the name of John Cook. My understanding is that the convener of the forum is willing to accept these, and I wondered, given the time of night, whether that might be a good bit of news for those who might propose them, and just simply allow us to take these in and take the work forward. Could I just further say we can't find Neil Glover? He's probably up a glen somewhere near Aberfeldy, but if he could at least wave his hand on Zoom, then he could be discovered, failing which, virtual hand, sorry, yes, virtual hand, don't we, your own. Virtual hand, Neil, we can see you, failing which I think his new section would have to be set aside. But Mr. Cook, I see you on the screen.
I think we can maybe deal because I think they're two separate issues. So we could perhaps deal with Mr. Cook's proposed new section first. They're not counter to each other. So I invite the Reverend Dr. John Cook to move his new section. Dr. Cook. John, you're not muted, but in the meantime, I have a point of order from Michael Goss, which I will take.
Thank you, Moderator. Goss, number 491. Simply to say that I'd been in conversation with Mr. Glover, and I'm happy to move his motion if he's not been able to get in contact with us.
That's good. Yes. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. I think we'll come to that. Yes, we will do that. But I think, as I'd already asked, I've already sort of moved on. We'll come back to that. But just so, as John Cook had the floor, I'll invite John to move his new section, and then I'll come back once we've dealt with that. I'll come back to you, Michael, to move the one which is the name of Neil Glover. So, Mr. Cook, and hopefully we'll hear you.
Moderator, thank you. I'm pleased to present this new section 2 and to have included in the
but name and number first. Name and number first, please.
Sorry, John Cook 534. My new section 2 will have ecumenical working established as one of the principles of presbytery planning. And that seems to be very much in accord with the report we heard on Monday from the Ecumenical Relations Committee and the contributions we've heard from Bishop Ian on both on Monday and this afternoon. I understand that the convener is happy to accept this, so I won't speak any more if that's the case.
Thank you very much. Is a seconder, please? Seconded. Any questions? I have no notice of any questions, and therefore I will invite the convener. You okay?
Yes.
Lizzie? It's always a fast-moving.
We're happy to accept this, thank you, in the spirit of ecumenism. And
Thank you very much. I must put this to a vote. We are now voting on the new section proposed by the Reverend Dr. John Cook. Will people vote for or against? Please vote now.
Legal personality.
Voting is voting. We'll pause slightly because I think we're getting some messages that some people can't find their buttons, but we'll just pause. But actually, more than half the people have voted. So I'll just pause just a wee bit more to see if people, because they do feel they want to register. I think we'll now close the vote because there have voted for 434. There have voted against 7. So that is quite clearly carried, and Dr. Cook's proposed new section is added to the deliverance. We now proceed to the proposed new section in the name of the Reverend Neil Glover, which is going to be moved by the Reverend Mike Goss. Michael.
Thank you, Moderator. I think this is entirely consistent with the kind of flexibility that Presbytery Planning Task Group has been hoping would take place. So I'm quite keen to see this moved, and I believe that the convener is happy to accept that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there a seconder, please? Seconded. Any questions? There being no questions or requests to speak, convener?
I'm happy to accept, if I just, one word or one sentence of explanation. If I tell you that currently a guardianship receives an allowance of £933 a month, which enables them to employ a locum for 2 days per week plus Sundays. And I think Neil's thinking is that not all guardianships need that amount of time. So if you were only wanting a locum for 1 day a week plus Sundays, then there is a little discussion about the 0.25 could perhaps be reduced. So yes, we're happy to look at it, and that's the thinking behind it.
Thank you very much. Now put this to a vote. Buttons ready, for and against. Please vote now. Voting closed. There voted for 440, against 9. Therefore, that proposed new section is passed and added to the deliverance. We now proceed to section 3. And I have a request to speak from Alex Shuttleworth.
Alex Shuttleworth, 426. My question is just about the wording, really, to complete the process of developing and gaining final approval of their Presbyterian mission plan by the 31st of December. It becomes a bit more challenging in large presbyteries where we've reduced the number of meetings, but does the convener mean by this that the presbytery plan should be approved by the 31st of December, or that we should have completed the process of getting it approved? So in other words, you want it by the 31st of December. There's a quite significant difference, especially with a reduced number of meetings.
Thank you, Alec. I'll ask the convener to respond after we've also heard from Mr. Andrew Dunn. Andrew.
Andrew Dunn, 288, moderator. With the significant poverty we see within our Presbytery of Glasgow, we welcome the extra resource the waitings bring. We know we have to be creative, and we'd like to be creative with all our resources to use and to meet our mission objectives, including genuinely wanting to stand beside the poorest in our communities. But there seems to be constraints on how we can use the waiting resources. Can the convener tell us how flexible and creative we are allowed to be with our weighted allocation, and what constraints are on us? Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. I invite the convener's reply. I did actually note in passing that it's the 31st of December 2022 on my... on my
it's the 31st of December 2022, and it says complete the process of developing and gaining final approval. So it's that final approval, and it's December 2022. So there is over a year and a half for these plans to be developed and approved.
If I could answer, there's a technical meaning of final approval in the Act, Alec, and what it implies here is that Presbytery approve and PPTG have concurred, and the process is done by the end of next year.
And Mr. Dunn's point?
Mr. Dunn's point. Okay, in terms of the weightings, it doesn't make any difference. If it's a geographic weighting, then that just means that we have allocated to balance for the fact that you are a more rural presbytery, you have an additional number of posts, a slight additional number of posts, and it is up to you to use them in any way you wish. If there is a priority areas weighting, that's where you have to be careful, and you have to make sure that you are recognising that there is that additional support for the priority area within your presbytery.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to vote on section 3. Buttons at the ready, for and against. Voting open. Voting closed. There are voted for 430, against 12. So section 3 is carried. We've already dealt with, actually there's a new section from Dr. Graham Roberts, which we'll take at this point. Dr. Roberts?
No, we don't. Sorry.
Thank you. Moderator, I've We seem to have some echo here.
I want to get it sorted. Name and number, please.
Am I still echoing?
You're not echoing. You're not echoing in the hall, but I don't know if you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, moderator. I have a number of questions for the convener, but if she's willing to accept my motion, I'll ask only one.
And name and number, please.
The report states that in the course of developing their mission plans, presbyteries shall at regular intervals share their drafts with the forum and the general trustees, and that all three shall work together to develop the plans, with the forum and the general trustees offering advice and guidance on their framing. This individualised support is to be welcomed, but it's important that there is both transparency and consistency in dealing with questions and requests from presbyteries throughout a planning process involving regular interactions with individual presbyteries. And it's not clear how this will be achieved. We need both a level playing field and a firm set of goalposts. So how does the forum propose to ensure that there is both transparency and consistency in dealing with questions and requests from presbyteries throughout the planning process?
Thank you much. Is that proposed new section seconded? Any questions? Any requests to speak? I did have Dr. Ferguson was on my list a moment ago. I was back on the list. Dr. Ferguson, John Ferguson.
Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to back Dr. Roberts' motion and to say that the need for consultation here really is vital, and it really can't just be the forum using words that tend to express the fact that hopefully they will consult. They really do need to consult, and we need to ensure that the presbytery clerks are fully consulted on the guidance. I think that also there is a bit of concern about the time scale. It really is going to be very tight to produce this, and I think it's very important that in no way is this rushed. I know that obviously it has to be undertaken over a certain period over the summer, but I think we also have to ensure that it is in no way rushed through. So it was simply to say that I totally agree with what Dr. Roberts is saying, that the need for transparency and genuine consultation is absolutely vital here.
Thank you. Mr. Matheson.
720, Angus Matheson, Interim Head for Faith Nurture. We're absolutely committed to engaging with the presbyteries and with the Presbytery Clerks Forum. I'm looking for a wee bit of clarity from Dr. Roberts and want to tease through whether the Clerks Forum is seeking to be consulted before we issue guidance that we're hoping to get out by the 19th, 18th, 19th of June.
I wonder then, before we ask the convener to finalise, if Dr. Roberts wants to give that clarity which Mr. Matheson is seeking.
I don't think that is a reasonable thing to ask. Let's get the first tranche of guidance out and then take it from there.
Thank you much, convener.
I'm sympathetic to what's being said. I think, as Angus has said, you know, consultation will be a key part of this, in consultation with the presbyteries and their clerks. I think we're happy with, ensuring adequate guidance on implementation, etc., etc. I think it's the consulting with the Presbytery Clerks Forum. That's the bit we see as kind of tying our hands slightly before we issue guidance. But if we could stop at June 2021 and just remove that last clause, we would be happy.
Perhaps we'll just allow a moment if wish to indicate whether there would be a willingness to stop the proposed new section. Is it after 2021? Is that correct? After that, so you would omit the final words.
Just the final words, and to consult with the Presbytery Clerks Forum. It ties our hands. We will be consulting, you know, but that specific wording ties our hands. So.
Perhaps Dr. Roberts, if you could give an indication as to whether...
My reply would be presbytery clerks are a recognised point of contact with one-to-one. They're the people who are normally responsible for getting things done. They're going to be at the heart of detailed planning for the creation of the new presbyteries, which will deliver the plans. And I noted that Raymond Young from the General Trustees has already consulted the clerks about their toolkit. So I think there's no reason for opposing the notion that their advice to the group should be sought while guidance is in draft.
Advice from the Presbytery clerks. And it will be an ongoing consultation process, and we are regularly invited to the Presbytery Clerks Forum. I think we just don't want to be tied by that final clause. We will be consulting with Presbytery clerks throughout this process. That's just a given.
Right, well, thank you. I don't think we're going to make any further progress on that, so I think I must now, the convener has closed the debate, and we must now move to a vote. Will you please indicate with your buttons for... Oh, sorry, before I just finally put it to vote, as you, Dr. Roberts, you wish to signal something?
I asked a question, and I'd be grateful for an answer.
What was the question?
I think maybe just for clarity, please, the question.
Yes, I'll find that for you. It was to ask what steps the forum will take to ensure transparency and consistency with presbyteries.
Well, the transparency and consistency will be that you're all dealing with the same group of people, and you will be all issued with the same guidance notes, and the same discussions will be happening across the country. So you're all in this together, as we keep saying. So you will be learning and working together, and we will be working with all of you in a very consistent way, I assure you.
Thank you. Voting for or against, please press now. I'm asked that we pause for a moment. We have to do something with what comes up on your screens. Are we ready to? It's running. We're okay? Yep. Thank you. And while we're voting, can I take a point of order from Andrea Boyes?
Andrea Boyes, 606. Sorry, moderator, I'm lost a little bit of focus there. Could you just affirm, are we voting, is this section with the last part off about the Presbytery clerks? Is that what we're voting for? No, what the convener had said? Sorry.
As I understood it, and I can see Dr. Roberts, as I understood it, Dr. Roberts was not willing to delete that last part. And he's confirming that my interpretation is correct, that he's not deleting that last part. Okay, I'm advised that the voting buttons have disappeared from some people on the hub, and therefore I think it might be better if we cleared it and started again, and just make sure that people do have their voting. Can we clear it, please? Yeah, just bear with us, please. Can we? I'm told the buttons are now there, so if you press, and as I just didn't, and it is as originally moved by Dr. Roberts. Voting is closed. There voted for 258 and against 195, so that proposed new section is added to the deliverance. And somewhere along the line, my hub has lost the... I don't know, I suddenly got a Teams message rather than the... If you bear with me, please. I don't think Teams was necessarily going to do us any good at this moment, but it just went, it was Teams was up, and there was nothing on the...
You've managed to...
Yeah. Touch it. Right, if we can, while we're trying to sort this out, we're now on we're now on section 5 and have a request to speak from Fiona Watson. Fiona?
Moderator, Fiona Watson, 310. I just wish to agree and propose this. I am all for it. We do need to keep moving, and I'm very, very wary of wasting any more time. I feel that if all the plans agreed and approved are suspended from 1st of June, then we're all in the same boat, and off we go, and we start making proper plans, and the buildings will follow. That's all I need to say, I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fiona. We now proceed to a vote on section 5. Oh, sorry, Convener, do you wish to respond to it?
No, that's great. Keep voting.
Vote on section 5, but buttons for and against. Voting closed. They voted for 387 and against 47. So section 5 stands. And we now move to a proposed new section from the very Reverend Dr. Derek Brown, which I understand is better let Dr. Browning move his proposed new section.
Thank you, Moderator.
Sure.
Derek Browning, 003. I'm glad to hear that the convener is happy to accept all that and hope the Assembly will do so too. All that I'd want to say is that at this time of real concern for the whole Church, we have a particular moral obligation and pastoral duty towards our graduate probationers and familiarisation programme people who will be adversely affected by the suspension of plans. And all I'm asking is that the Faith Nurture Forum, along with the Assembly trustees, find appropriate ways to provide not only financial support during this time, but also pastoral support to people who are very vulnerable at this time of change for the whole Church. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Browning. It has been seconded. Any questions? Oh, I'm advised there has been an amendment which isn't appearing.
Yes, I think we're trying to move things on. That's the question. What is it? Well, sorry for the confusion on this. Dr. Browning had suggested an amendment to his text. We amended that and published that, but the version that's showing on the screen is the unamended version as I understand it. And we're just about to fix that, and then I hope the Assembly can deal with it as we are now at nearly 7:05.
I think that's it now. And it was seconded. And there's no request to speak, so convener.
More than happy to accept this. I talked a wee bit yesterday about the meetings that we'd had with our probationers and with those who are going through familiarisation, just to assure them of our support. I know that they've all been watching what's happening today because obviously they are very much affected by it. So, yeah, more than happy to accept this.
Thank you very much. we'll put that to a vote. Will please people vote for or against proposed new section proposed by Dr. Browning? Voting closed. There are voted for 409, against 3. Therefore, that new section is added to the deliverance. We must now, I think when we originally started, there were possible amendments to section 6, so we've not actually passed it, but I must therefore ask.
For section 6?
No, it's actually section 6.
My apologies.
Are there any requests to speak in section 6? There's none.
Section 6?
No, I think there was a proposed amendment when I did the fast track, and therefore it was not automatically passed. Okay. Therefore, I must take a vote in section 6. For or against? Please press. Voting closed. The vote is for section 6, 386, against 24. Therefore, section 6 stands part of the deliverance. As we have heard, we will deal with section 7 tomorrow. Section 8 was fast-tracked. No, I'm told section 8 was. I thought section 8 had been fast-tracked, but there was one I thought had been. But so, section 8. Does anyone wish to speak in section 8? No one to speak. Therefore, call a vote on section 8. For or against, please press now. Voting closed. They voted for 388 against 402 rather against 15. Therefore, section 8 stands part of the deliverance. We now come to section 9, where there is an amendment proposed by the Reverend Christopher Rowe. Dr. Christopher? Is Christopher there? The point of order, while we're trying to find Christopher Rowe, there's a point of order from Fiona Crawford.
Moderator, 283. Christopher Rowe has had to go to an unavoidable appointment, and I'm requesting if I could bring this amendment in his stead. We have another seconder.
Yeah, very happy for you to do that. So name, number, and please then speak to the amendment. Yeah. Thank
you, Moderator. Fiona Crawford, 283. This amendment relates to applying for grants. At present, the concern is that the supporting churches would have to choose between applying for a grant in their own or the local mission congregation, as the local mission church has no charity status. The objective of this amendment is to find a way that we could have a legal mechanism to allow, for example, the local and supporting church to apply for the same grant without prejudicing the other. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much. I think that seconded. Seconded. I invite Dr. Grant Barclay to the Legal Questions Committee. Dr. Barclay.
Moderator Grant Barclay, 240. I really don't want to do this to my colleagues through in Glasgow, but I do want to oppose this on the basis, and I know some of them won't believe this, but Legal Questions wants the law in the church to be forward-looking and flexible. The local mission church endeavour is meant to be very light touch. It's not meant to be weighed down by some of the administrative responsibilities, such as might appear if these arrangements somehow had legal personality of their own. There are all sorts of complications in this, and I do think that it might be possible for Legal Questions to explore with Christopher or with Fiona ways of overcoming the obstacle which might be more apparent than real, but we need to explore that, and we will do that over the coming year. And so I would encourage the Assembly to resist this on the understanding that people in Glasgow usually deal with these things by talking together over a coffee. I had indicated to Mr Rowe that I would do that in the course of the next few months once that becomes legal in Glasgow, and I would hope that the Assembly might accept that undertaking to speak with Christopher about this in order that we might make some progress in coming months.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barclay, I have no other questions to speak, so before I ask the convener to close, do you wish to respond to Dr. Barclay?
Moderator, I think dialogue is really welcome, and I think we would accept that. Thank you.
Convener?
I'm with Mr. Barclay on this one.
Thank you. I think as it's...
My understanding, Fiona, to say then that she is withdrawing...
Are you withdrawing the amendment? Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Helpful, thank
We
you.
will now proceed to section 9. Don't think there was any... we have 2 requests to speak on section 9. Firstly, our point or questions. Lynn... Oh, sorry, point of order from David Slater.
Moderator Slater 274, thank you for hearing this point of order. Does the Assembly not need to agree if a motion has been moved and seconded and withdrawn? I'm very supportive of dialogue and of my colleagues from the Presbytery of Glasgow, but I think I would like to see the Assembly given the chance to vote on this nonetheless.
Moderator, I think it was seconded, and we are perhaps being a bit hasty given the time of night that we're now in. But we can. I think Fiona Crawford is happy to accept that it might not pass. But if it satisfies Mr. Slater, we can take a vote on the proposed amendment.
Thank you. If that helps, we will. I think we've got the wording up on the screen. Therefore, we will vote on that proposed amendment, which is we've just heard debated. Will you please press forward against? Voting closed. They voted for 87, against 319. So that amendment is not carried. We now move to substantive section 9, and I have a request to speak from Lynn McClary.
Moderator Lynn McClary 458. Just a question about what are the mission church regulations. I'm noticing that a local mission church would be led by a leadership team and would be under the jurisdiction of the Kirk Session of the charge. I'm wondering what, if any, relationship would be the minister of that charge to the local mission church.
Thank you very much. There have been no further requests to speak. I'll invite the convener to respond.
Oh, I think George should answer this one.
Well, what we've tried to do is parallel a bit of what happens in Presbytery mission initiatives. I think the aim here is that in the back of this is a union or a dissolution, but that we provide for perhaps an isolated Christian community a little bit of identity, a little bit of responsibility, while still keeping them within the charity and legal framework of the Church of Scotland. So I would have thought that a Kirk Session implies that there's a minister in the chair. So the parish church has a responsibility for the mission church, and in the setting up of that, there would be a document drawn up by Presbytery where the methodologies would be worked out. There'd be a review date, and there'd be the attempt to learn how it goes. But legally, the parish minister would be the minister of the area where that local mission church is. That's how our polity works. I think it's been identified for us that around Scotland there are places where small groups of Christians who may not be able to travel but who wish to worship, care for each other and care for their small community. This framework of providing some administrative outline, some sense of ownership, some name, some responsibility is something that's wanted, and we're trying to provide a setting in which that would work.
Thank you very much. We now must move to a vote on section 9. Will you please press your buttons for or against? Voting open. Voting closed. There are voted for 410 and against 13. So section 9 stands part of the deliverance. That concludes for today our consideration of the Faith and Nurture Forum supplementary report. We will return tomorrow to section 7. I must say thanks to everyone who's participated today. I know there's been very important issues debated. Particularly thanks to the convener who has maintained a very good humour. And now is the convener of the Procedure Committee.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Just to confirm what you have just said, we have item number 7 to carry over into tomorrow's business. And just to be absolutely clear, we're not meeting for the morning session. That provision we're not going to take up. There aren't any notices of motion in for the other scheduled business. So we'll take the section 7 at the beginning of our 1 o'clock session tomorrow. Thank you.
We are at section 7, and perhaps the convener is able to explain where we have arrived at. Rosie.
We're back again. Rosie Frew, number 99, day 3. Yesterday, we were made aware that we would need to make a temporary amendment to the Vacancy Procedure Act to make section 7 of the deliverance to our supplementary report competent. So the first thing I have to do is ask that the current section 7 be withdrawn, and in its place I am bringing 3 new sections. I can just say that last night I just went home and I left them to it. So any questions about this will go to the clerks. I'm very grateful to them, but I don't know how long it took them to put all this together last night. As I say, I swanned off and got my train home. So thank you to George and Christine and those who put all this together to make sure that what we were doing was indeed competent and possible. So, first of all, I need the Assembly's approval to withdraw the current, section 7 as in the print, and then we will look at the 3 new sections.
Yeah. I think before we proceed to that, I have a point of order from Graham Roberts. Graham, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Before we leave Faith Nurture Forum, I wanted to raise this point. I'm sure I'm not alone in being confused about the status of the Ministry's figures in Appendix 4 of Deliverance 4 that Assembly approved yesterday. So may I seek clarification? Really 2 points. Am I right that in 2 cases these figures are incorrect and required to be changed? And if so, may I ask what the legal mechanism is for amending them once they've been approved by Assembly? Thank you.
Called on to invent a legal mechanism, Moderator. What happened, as we understand it, was that these figures were approved as they were set out in the report from the Forum. It became clear in further discussion that there were inaccuracies, I think, for 3 presbyteries, the Presbytery of Duns and Andale and Eskdale on this side of the border, and the Presbytery of England. And as I understand it, where we left it was that we gave consent to the Forum to work on our behalf to tidy up these anomalies and to publish the tables without moving the charges north and south of the border. I think it's one of these things that we are caught in an awkward process, and I think if Graham Roberts and others, I think at this stage we have to trust the Forum to do that in the terms that they suggest, and that we as a church treat what they do as an outworking of this Assembly's policy. The changes are small in terms of the overall scale of things, but they matter in each setting. But I think we've really no other way of working than trust at this stage that they will do the process properly, and that when we receive the updated tables in our presbyteries, then we'll treat these as being Assembly policy.
Thank you very much.
Just explain just why this happened, that the tables that we were working off of had an additional column which had the explanation of why some think what are called the exceptions for the two congregations in England. So they appeared in the additional column, and that column was not printed when it went into our report. So we apologise for that. It would have given you the explanation which obviously you didn't have, and now we are having to make good. So we apologise for all of that confusion, and to the three presbyteries in particular who have been affected.
Thank you very much. The convener has asked that she be given permission to withdraw the existing Section 7. If that permission, if Assembly agrees to that, we will then ask her to move the 3 new sections, and then we'll take amendments to, yes, we will take amendments on the dates to the new Section 7. Does that make sense?
Yes,
that's right.
That's exactly correct. And I noticed on the screen there are 2 people expressing a desire to speak in Section 7, and I think it would be helpful to understand if that's just they're going to speak in the Section 7 as being proposed, or the Section 7 that's being removed.
Is David Lang wish to indicate?
Yes, I would like to speak, but it's more general, and if it's not appropriate this time, just withdraw.
Moderator, we need to sort out firstly which section we've got. So I think if we dealt with the business of removing Section 7, that would clarify if Mr Morton is also intent in speaking on the discussion once we come to the Section 7 that's being proposed.
Yeah, is that your position too, Mr Morton? I think we will eventually come to a Section 7. And
yes, Morton 424. It had originally been my intention, obviously, to speak on the Section 7 as in the print, but should Assembly now go to the new section, I think I can offer the comment I was going to make, certainly at least in part under that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll now invite the convener to move her new sections.
So there are 3 new sections.
Maybe just clarify first. It is agreed that Section 7 as stands is removed, yes, and now move to the procedure, to the new sections.
Okay, so the first of the new sections, N7. So this details the temporary changes that are required to be made to the Vacancy Procedure Act. N8, the new 8, gives the date that from the 1st of June, permission to call will be required, will require the agreement of the forum, and then the new 9, and this is an instruction to the forum and the Legal Questions Committee to review the Vacancy Procedure Act.
Thank you very much. And then my understanding is that if these are accepted, and a new 7, we then vote on the amendments. So let's perhaps confirm that is the case.
Yes, that's correct, Moderator. I would second what the convener said. Just to clarify that N8 is in fact to cover the little bit of gap that exists in the possibility that a wrong-minded presbytery might seek to give people permission to call for the first time after the 1st of June. So we're trying to make it fair and equitable. But with that understanding, I'm prepared to second what the convener has proposed.
So it is seconded on new section 7, old habits die hard. New section 7, I have a request to speak from Eunice McConaughey. Sorry? Oh, 7, yeah. Right. I think I'm advised it might be better to take the amendments to what would be the new section 7 first. And firstly, from the Reverend John McMahon.
I understand Mr McMahon, who is a hospital chaplain, has urgent duties, and that the Presbytery Clerk of England, Reverend Alistair Cumming, is willing to move the amendment which is on the hub in Mr McMahon's name.
Moderator, thank you for this opportunity to speak. And I speak on behalf of John McMahon. I was seconding this proposal. My name is Cumming 646. I was to second this amendment, the amendment being to change the date from the 30th of September 2021 to the 31st of March 2022. John has been called away on urgent hospital business, and that is why I'm before you now. Moderator, I know there is another amendment to this legislation to the 31st of December, and I will leave others to speak on their reasons. John and I both speak on the part of an interim moderator, and that change of date is that we are pushed very, very rapidly into making this decision, where charges have either recently been vacant or because of the troubles with COVID, where things would normally have taken a short space of time to take the decision to depart, and even the decision for the nominating committee, where that would normally be after a service on a Sunday for the nominating committee. In one case in our presbytery, that has taken 4 weeks because of postal ballots which had to take place. If we had to stick with the date of the 30th of September, we think the timescale is unrealistic. June, July and August are holiday months, and therefore a September deadline is hardly practicable. Even a December deadline isn't necessarily as generous as it might seem. The previous incumbent in one of our vacant charges was unable to move out of the manse due to the lockdown restrictions, and the Kirk session only gained access relatively recently, and there is much refurbishment work to be done. In another vacant charge in our presbytery, which became vacant only a few weeks ago, the Kirk session have been diligently going about the business in order that they may call a minister. This timescale for them too is unrealistic, and I had an email from a member of that Kirk session last night saying how much she has lost heart as a result of what could be foisted upon them to the 30th of September. Moderator, vacant charges need a little bit more time. The fear is that you could end up having charges calling a minister rather than discerning the call for that minister. And that would probably be of no good to the minister, the congregation, the presbytery, and ultimately the forum. Moderator, if it be the will of the General Assembly, all we are asking is that we give vacant charges, particularly those who've recently become vacant, an opportunity to genuinely and with due process discern God's plan for their future. I believe that the September date would sadly encourage them to rush into that call. And I would urge the General Assembly to extend the date to the 31st of March 2022. I move this amendment, and as I should have seconded it, Moderator, I will now require a seconder.
I notice it has been seconded. I did have a request to speak the last time I looked down, and I think it was from Hugh.
Yes, but another.
Yeah. I think what might make it simpler is that we now proceed to hear the amendment from Keith Blackwood, because it's the same issue. It's about a date, and they will then vote for. It'll give you an opportunity to vote for one or for the other, and then we'll pit that against the amendment against what is in the new section 7. So I'll invite Keith Blackwood to speak, and I know I've noticed people who are speaking. I will certainly call them after Hugh Blackwood has moved his amendment. Hugh. Sorry, Keith. Sorry, I've got names down here and I'm looking up. Keith, sorry, my apologies.
Moderator, thank you for the change of name as well. It is Keith Blackwood. My number is 503, and I do have a seconder in Eunice McConaughey 519. John McMahon and I did have a conversation about this on the phone during the week, and we realised that we were both coming from slightly different places in this need for amendments. I'm coming from the viewpoint of probationers. We've heard already this week about the shock perhaps, that the probationers and those in their familiarisation placements felt when receiving news that the forum was bringing this change. And we're grateful to the Assembly yesterday and Dr Browning's deliverance new motion that the practical aspects of this are being taken care of in terms of the financial ramifications of education. I'm today speaking more from what you might call the discernment and the spirit aspect of all of this. We've heard how important new ministers are going to be for the church going forward. These ministers in waiting, this cohort of probationers, have sacrificed much in their pursuit of call, not just they, but also perhaps their families. In their training, in the practical placement, a lot of time, energy and commitment has been given over the years. And they reached this point just months away from being able to open the section of the Church of Scotland webpage that shows vacant charges, the opportunity to start to really consider where God is calling them. And that discernment is so important for all of us in ministry, to actually be in a position to know where God is asking us to go to. Having been involved in the recruitment task group and the training task group and the ministry's training network, much of my time in the last 10 years has been in hosting and journeying with candidates and probationers as they seek to discern their calling. It's so important, moderator, that we make sure that our probationers are given the time to engage in this conversation with God. We don't want them to rush into conversations with churches and to accept the opportunity to preach as sole nominee in vacant charges just because of this deadline of the 30th of September. We know what trouble this can cause in church circles. I'm sure we've all seen it, where after a period of time, a minister realises that maybe they're in the wrong charge, maybe this isn't where they're meant to be. And that is dangerous, and that is something we must avoid. So my amendment was to give a period of extra time for our current probationers who are within a month or two away from being in a position to engage with nomination committees. Give them some time. And the reason why I chose 3 months is because, as we know, that the current training pattern is for 12 months of probation, then a final review, and generally there is 3 months at that point of continuing probation to allow a candidate to engage in conversation and find a charge. So that was my thinking of the 3 months, taking us to the end of December. However, should it be March, as per the other amendment, I would be absolutely happy with that too, not a problem. But I leave it to Assembly to decide. I do want to bring to Assembly today this real sense that for our probationers, they are at an exciting stage in their journey with God and their period of discernment. And we don't want that interrupted with the urgency of seeing a deadline of the end of September put before them. We want to give them the chance to explore comfortably and patiently and deeply where God is asking them to go in their ministry in the coming months. Moderator, I move the amendment and look forward to Assembly hopefully agreeing that we need to give this time to our probationers.
Thank you much, Keith. And I did actually see a seconding that came up very early on in your remarks. I think, as I said, we will put each of these 2 amendments against each other. And can I now ask, like David Slater perhaps had a question? David?
Slater 274. Thank you, moderator. The question I have is really, as I understand from the Act, and the pattern was when I went through too, that probationers could start any one of, I think, 4 months, July, was it June, July, August, September, or maybe it was July, August, September, October, I think. So whether we currently have probationers on all those phases of timetable, if you like, if we didn't pass one of these amendments, would that not effectively contravene the principles of natural justice, in that it would be unjust for some probationers to have, albeit a limited scope, to get through their final review, apply and be preaching as sole nominee, and others perhaps would be restricted even from applying because they wouldn't finish their 12 months and their final review before the original proposed date of the 30th of September. I hope I've explained that question and concern clearly, because even as I'm saying it, it's confusing to me, but hopefully the convener can advise.
Thank you, David. Can you just respond to that specific point, please?
Sure. Those who are on probation and those who are serving familiarisation placements will all come to the end of that placement time at different times. Can I just say, we spoke with all the probation, or most of the probationers last week, and with the 3 folks we have on familiarisation placements. And we talked them through what was happening today. We spoke with them about not feeling pressurised, rushed into making a wrong decision, a quick decision, but to listen to what God is calling them to be, and what God is calling them to be in the new church that we have been talking about, in this exciting new future that we see ahead of us.
Convener, is that specifically answering the question?
It is.
Yes. So hold on,
really
you have an
just
opportunity to respond. Yeah.
Absolutely. We have assured the probationers that we are looking out for them at our forum meeting next week. We are looking at the dates at which they can begin to look at charges, just to give them a little bit of extra time. But please be assured that we are keeping the probationers and those on familiarisation placement very much in our thoughts, and we are looking out for them.
Thank you. Can I ask this time Hugh Brown, please, and will Alan Hamilton please stand by? Hugh, I think you need to unmute, please.
Thank you, moderator. Hugh Brown, number 64. I wish to speak in favour of the amendment. Our church in Broxburn became vacant in November 2019, but was only given permission to call in February this year. So we're still at the early stages in our search for a new minister. Indeed, we're about to set up our nominating committee. If this deliverance is passed, we and other churches in a similar position would have until the 30th of September to find a sole nominee. That's only 4 months from now. In effect, it could send us straight back to square one. I did hear the convener speak on Tuesday about urgency, but personally I failed to see the need for the urgency of this deliverance in terms of the short timescale that is proposed. So therefore I ask for more time for us to be allowed to find a new minister, and urge the Assembly to support this amendment. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Hugh. I'll call Alan Hamilton to be followed by Alan Morton. And again, Alan, if you could please unmute.
Sorry.
That's it, we hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. 210, Alan Hamilton, member of Faith Nurture Forum and parish minister. Moderator, there are always good reasons to delay, particularly when, as we should do, we have concerns for vacant congregations and those who have committed themselves to a future as in some form of ministry in the church. But it does not matter what date we choose, individuals will find themselves disadvantaged or discouraged. Any date, any cut-off point has its casualties. I don't see that lightly. I say that in the context of a church that cannot afford to delay even further. The proposals for allocation of ministries across presbyteries really represent the church having to jump off a cliff with the hope of a softish landing. And that's because previous incarnations of this assembly have squandered opportunities to get on with it. To delay invites a very hard landing. The church remains trapped even longer in a broken system. We allow opportunities for positive change to pass. And what concerns me is that in individual congregations and presbyteries, in individual ministries, we embed even more deeply the very problems that we have named and which we know we must address. Rosie Frew has explained, the Faith Nurture Forum have explained how presbyteries can move quickly and purposefully through the planning process to free charges to call ministers. The forum is not blocking or hindering. It offers a number of ways through. And finally, moderator, I'd say this. The Assembly decided not to review security of tenure for ministers. And for myself, I think that was a marginal call. But I do fear that the longer we delay, the less tenable that decision becomes. So, moderator, for these reasons, I invite commissioners to vote against both of these amendments.
Thank you. Alan Morton, after which I'm going to invite Alistair Cummings and Keith Blackwood if they wish to say anything in response, and then I'll invite the convener to close the debate. So, Alan Morton, please.
Thank you, Moderator. Morton 424. Some of what was going to be said by me has now been said by previous commissioners. Can I just maybe then ask for clarification from the convener? I'm in a position where we've only just been granted, well, not only just been granted leave to call, but we're in a position because of COVID and so on, where we're just now in a position to form the Rom-Com and get meeting next week for the first time. That should neither of these amendments be passed, it would feel like a very, very short run to the finishing line. Are we still being encouraged to form nominating committees and get them working and so on at this time? And also, just as a second question, if I may, in the report, I don't know if this is a place to ask it right enough about something that was worded in the report itself, but not to do with these dates. Is there a place to come back for that?
Is it part of the report that relates to this, or to the original Section 7, in which case it might be appropriate when we come to deal with that, to deal with it then. But if the convener wants to again answer the very specific question, I shall have opportunity later to close the debate, but it was a very specific question. Yeah. Or do you want to respond when you close to Mr. Morton, when you respond to the debate as a whole?
Yeah, sorry, what was the specific question? There was that conversation going on in my ear.
Sorry, Alan, can you maybe just, I know you had a very specific one, I think about a specific vacancy.
At the stage of with a non-com first meeting date next week. So regardless of what date is now voted on or voted through, there is now obviously then a timeline. Is it still worth our while, as it were, convening next week?
Yeah, I'll answer that in my summing up.
Yes, thank you. And I'm now going to ask Alistair Cummings, followed by Keith Blackwood, to make any response to what they've heard during this debate. Alistair.
Moderator, I've heard the arguments. There's nothing that I've heard so far that persuades me that the 31st of March would be the most effective date. Equally, like Mr. Blackwood, if it were to be the 31st of December, I wouldn't be overly unhappy, but I would be very unhappy were it to be the 30th of September.
Thank you. And Keith Blackwood, please. And please, Keith, can you unmute?
Thank you, moderator, and apologies for my dog barking the last time. I don't want to say very much. Just this, I by nature am a very trusting person, but sometimes we need to have things down in black and white just to give that final assurance for us to know that things are in place and will stick to what is agreed. I have had conversation with a probationer. I have had a sense of what other probationers' current group are feeling, and I think this would be helpful to them, just to give them the assurance that there is an extension of date that gives them the peace of mind to discern their calling.
Thank you very much, and I'll call the convener to close the debate. Just remind you that when we come to vote, you'll be an opportunity to vote either for the amendment moved by Alistair Cummings or the one by Keith Blackwood, and whichever prevails then will be matched against the 30th September date in this section. Convener, please.
I know that this is hard and that it's painful, but we cannot delay. And I'm going to quote two of our Saturday speakers. One is sitting, well, I think they're both sitting right behind me. John Chalmers, everything is about urgency. Martin Fair, the sooner we sort out the structure, the sooner we get on with the work of mission. So we are urging all vacant charges to begin discussion with their presbyteries as soon as possible on their presbytery plan, and whether it is anticipated that there is to be any readjustment or not, and therefore whether they will be granted permission to call or permission to continue their vacancy process, subject to the approval of the Faith Nurture Forum. I appreciate that there's concern for our probationers. I hope I have allayed your fears, but it's up to the Assembly. We go with the mind of the Assembly. We stick with the date of 30th of September. It's for the Assembly to choose. I just say we cannot delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now come to vote on the options. I will just remind you the amendment in the name of John McMahon, which was moved by Alistair Cummings, is to delete 30th September 2021 and replaced by 31st March 2022. And the amendment moved by the Reverend Keith Blackwood is to delete 30th September 2021 and replace with 31st of December 2021. So I can invite you now to express a preference by voting for one of these options. Voting is closed. They voted for Mr McMahon's option, or amendment rather, 121, and for Mr Blackwood's 372. I therefore declare that Mr Blackwood's proposed amendment prevails. There will now be a affirmative vote for Mr Blackwood's amendment, and then there'll be a vote against against the what's in the proposed section.
That's correct, Moderator. But we're choosing whether to change, whether we're going to use this amendment. This amendment, we're voting whether to amend Section 7 by putting Mr Blackwood's date in instead of the committee's date. And then we'll deal with the section, whether it's amended or not, and for and against the Section 7.
Thank you. So it is whether you want to vote for Mr Blackwood's amendment as against what is in the section of the proposed section. Will you now show your votes for or against, pressing the buttons, voting open? I'm advised the hub may not be showing what they wanted to get up on the hub, so I maybe just actually there's no vote showing either, to be honest. Maybe just find out. If you just pause, please. I'm going to invite the Principal Clerk just to make it clear what actually specifically we're voting on.
Yes, so we're specifically voting on the proposal from Mr Blackwood that the date for the ending of vacancy process should be the 31st of December rather than the 30th of September, which is what the committee has suggested. If the people vote for Mr Blackwood's amendment, then the date that Mr Blackwood has suggested goes into the new Section 7, and then we deal with the new Section 7 as amended. If Mr Blackwood's amendment isn't approved, then we deal with Section 7 with the 30th September date still in it.
Yeah. Couldn't be clearer. Indeed, genuinely couldn't be clearer. So I think people are now, votes now seem to be registered. So if you wish to vote for Mr Blackwood's amendment, for, if you're against Mr Blackwood's amendment, against. Voting is open and votes are appearing. Voting is closed, and they voted for Mr Blackwood's amendment 297 and against 217. Therefore declare that Mr Blackwood's amendment is carried, and we will now proceed to debate new Section 7 as amended. And I think I have one name or question possibly from Eunice McConaughey.
Eunice McConaughey, 519 Aberdeen and Shetland Presbytery. Can I respectfully suggest to the convener that the meaning of the second last sentence would be a bit clearer if the wording was changed to the following: for the avoidance of doubt, the provisions of this amendment shall not apply when the Presbytery has gained final approval in terms of the Presbytery Mission Plan Act, etc. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. I have no other requests to speak on this, but I'll give the convener opportunity to reply to that point from Eunice.
I'm sure the clerks heard that.
Moderator, what the sentence is saying is, I presume it's the sentence that Eunice is talking about, for the avoidance of doubt, the provisions of this section shall once again apply when the Presbytery has gained a final approval in terms of the Presbytery Mission Plan Act for a mission plan covering the vacant charge. So it simply means that we go back to normal vacancy process once there's a Presbytery mission plan in place.
Hopefully. Sorry, Eunice, you're muted. I can't hear you.
The words "this section" includes the amendment, surely. So if you want the unamended section to apply, I would imagine you would have to say the amendment will not apply. Legal provisions are interpreted in a narrow way.
I think, as George was trying to explain, it's a temporary amendment until the mission plan for your presbytery is agreed, and then you revert back to the original Vacancy Procedure Act.
I don't think the wording's clear.
Well, that's a more substantive point. I'd say there's no other requests to speak. Do you wish to add anything to that, convener?
I don't wish to add anything to that. People spent a long time on that wording last night and probably this morning as well.
Moderator, we did spend a lot of time on this, and if it's any reassurance that everyone, Mary MacLeod, the solicitor of the church, Lord Dunlop, the procurator, Christine, the depute, and I, and the convener of legal questions, did spend a good bit of time trying to put this in a way that people hopefully would understand. Christine's gone with some urgent idea, I think.
Sure, if you. We'll try and resolve this. I just wonder if in the meantime, David Slater, is there anything, David, you've got a question? Just to save time.
Thank you, Moderator. 274 Slater, hoping to unblock the logjam. Does, for the avoidance of doubt, the said foregoing sections of this section, said foregoing provisions of this section shall once again apply, make it clearer? I would agree with the previous speaker that I think that it wasn't clear, but I recognise the legal minds that have looked at it. But I think for those of us who are not legal minds, perhaps making that reference makes it clearer that it's a return to the previous. And if that seems acceptable, I'm happy to put that in through the system so that it shows up. Thank you, Moderator.
Just trying to get some clarification so we actually know what in fact we're addressing. George, Sean.
Yeah, well, Christine and as I understand it, the rest are suggesting we add one word. For the avoidance of doubt, the unamended provisions of this section shall apply. Shall once again apply. Eunice looks happy, Moderator.
Eunice seems to be shaking. Nodding her head. That may have resolved it.
Okay, excellent. So, with that one-word amendment.
And so we'll now proceed to vote on the new section 7, which of course does have the amendment it does have is replacing the 30th September 2021 to the 31st of December 2021. Would all those voting open press your buttons for or against? Voting has closed. There voted for 444 and against 27. Therefore, new section 7 as amended with the date and as that further amendment that we were just spoken to just now is passed and becomes the new section 7. I think you've already spoken to new section 8. Convener, just want to formally?
Yeah, I just formally move the new section 8, and this is the one that says presbytery plans. So this is our line in the sand. So yeah, I move the new section 8.
Thank you. I have no requests to speak on new section 8. I will therefore put new section 8 to a vote. Will you press your buttons for or against? Voting closed. There voted for 456 and against 38. So new section 8 is added. And I move to new section 9. Convener, you wish to move formally?
Yeah, I move new section 9, and this is just our commitment to review the Vacancy Procedure Act.
Seconded. There is no, I don't have any request here to speak. Pause. Therefore, I'll now put new section 9 to the vote. My apologies, at the very last minute. Brian Kerr has what I think was just asking a question. We are quite short of time. I'm sure, Brian, you'll make your question very succinct.
I am aware, Moderator 194 Kerr, that we're short of time, and I heard the sigh coming from the hall at this point. However, I just want to make a mention that the way that this has been handled over these last 3 days, it seems, the Faith Nurture report, the changes that have happened, the horse trading, the fact that we're keeping probationers in our thoughts and prayers, rather than actually working out how we're going to properly support them, the fact that we still don't know when they're going to be applying for charge, the fact we've written one line in the sand but we've slightly moved it now. This should never have happened, Moderator, and this should have all been worked out well in advance. We've known about this cliff edge for years. We've known about the number of ministries that was going to have to be looked at. This should never have happened, and I would just ask all forums trustee bodies, whoever, that when they come to the General Assembly in the future, that things are worked out properly so that the General Assembly can actually discuss things, debate things, and not actually be in an utter state of confusion and having to change legislation on the floor of the Assembly because it hasn't been done up till now. Moderator, I'm really saddened by this. The principles are sound that we need to reduce our numbers. The way this has happened has not been, and I think we should learn lessons from this for future. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I don't know if the convener wishes to say anything in response.
The convener is quite disappointed by that. The work that has gone into this has been the work of many people over many years, because this church cannot make a hard decision. And we have made it. And I know it's hard, and I know that it affects lots of people, but we have shied away from it for years and years and years, and finally we have done it. So I just ask everyone to get behind this, in prayer, in action, that we can go forward as a stronger, healthier church with a future, and not the dying institution that we are, because people will not make hard decisions. Thank you, Moderator.
The convener of the Legal Questions Committee. I think we should.
Grant Barclay, 240. I'm not speaking as the convener of the Legal Questions Committee, Moderator. I'm speaking as a commissioner at this General Assembly, and I want to say that I am hugely privileged to have as a colleague in ministry somebody with the character of Rosie Frew. I don't think there are many of us in ministry who would have undertaken the kind of work which Rosie has over these past 3 days with such grace and such cheerfulness. On the Glasgow Presbytery WhatsApp, some people who are looking in from the West have commented that Rosie's smile and her unfailing good nature and good humour through all of this has been a real inspiration and an encouragement. And so, to my colleague and friend in ministry, I want to say, Rosie, the General Assembly owes you a very great deal indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant. And thanks, Rosie, as we're about to move voting. Actually, voting is already open on new section 9, so I invite people to continue voting for or against with your respective buttons. And voting is now closed. There voted for 462 and against 8. Therefore, new section 9 forms part of the deliverance. We now come to the deliverance as a whole, which is the deliverance of the sections of the Faith Nurture Forum deliverance and the sections of the Faith Nurture Forum supplementary report deliverance as amended. And I therefore ask if the General Assembly wishes to support that composite deliverance. And I think just, Rosie, I say it's a tribute to you for your stamina and for your good cheer. And I think you heard the response of the Assembly just a moment ago. And we wish, obviously, you and your colleagues in the Faith Nurture Forum, this isn't the end of it by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely. This is just the beginning. I was told not to say we're all in this together because I would use another quote then, just do it. That's where we are. Just do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator.